Yo, 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 yo. What's up, dudes? Talk about the accidental upload. Yeah, I freaking posted a... Dude, it confused the shit out of me. It said you could do members only, scheduled. And I ended up scheduling it like a normal video. So now I have to like hold off on... I had to delete it and hold off on uploading till like Saturday. So I had a members only thing all scheduled, and then... I don't know, I got really anxious because I'm like, fuck, is that gonna fuck up my like notification algorithm for like people? But hopefully not. I don't know, bro. There's literally no reason YouTube shouldn't have like you can schedule a members only piece of content. Like, that's so ridiculous. Joel, let's get married. I'll give your family 50 cows for you. That's fair. I think they would appreciate that. A nice dowry for my womb. For my dude womb. There's dude whoops, dude wipes, and now there's dude wombs. What will they think of next? How's life treating you? Life is fine, honestly. It's, well, it's not great, honestly, because, and this is kind of a negative thing, but not that you have to feel bad or anything about it, because, you know, don't even worry about it. But, like, I think I had mentioned about how in my pretty immediate family, someone has struggled with, like, pretty extensive addiction issues. And, you know, over the course of the past year, they've been in and out of rehab, and they were in rehab for like, yeah, I'm Gregnet. They were in rehab for like 4 months this like whole summer, and then they got out recently and were like thinking everything was like good and were solid, and you know, they have relapsed, and yeah, they're addicted to my listening to my stories. They had to go to rehab for that. Yeah, so they got out, and then they relapsed on their drugs again, and now they're back. I don't even know. We don't even know where they're at. They like took somebody's car, from what I've heard, and just, you know, disappeared. So that's exciting. Exciting drama. Okuyasu Nijimura, thank you for the 5. Says, I got a date planned with a curvy girl with a polite face next week, and me and my constituents finished an amazing 36-session D&D campaign. Holy shit, that's a long one, bro. Congratulations. That sounds like a beautiful existence. Curvy girl with a polite face. That's all you really need in life, honestly. I'm happy for you, bro. And Blue Rooster, thank you for the 2. What up, Dank Daddy? What's up, Blue? How you been, man? Keep your head up high. You got... Thank you, bro. Yeah, no, we're good. It's one of those things where it's like, there's somebody in your existence that is just like so troublesome for so long that you become like sort of desensitized, you know. So that is their problem. Yeah, please send me your fortune. At this point, I just call it like a blood curse. You know what I mean? How did I develop my narration style? I guess just over time. Oh, you know, and there was a period of time there where like I actually adopted. There was a period of time there where I adopted some what do you call it? Like intonation or like speech pattern a little bit from like B Busta. I'm not exactly sure what it was. I think it was the way he finished words I liked, so like I would do that for a little bit, but I guess you just kind of pick up on what feels natural, which sometimes is kind of like subconsciously put into your brain, you know. Gemini, thank you for the 2. I love you, Big Papa. Papa, thank you, Gemini. Gemini, you were in that video that got uploaded. I'm really sorry I had to take it down. It just it was supposed to go out as bonus content, and it'll come out this Saturday as bonus content. I just didn't want to inundate too many people with like notifications or it interfere with like tomorrow's upload. So I think you were in the video, right? But basically the video is like, it's a video that like I funded, you know, the whole like, just like paying for different things for it. There's a few other people that are producers as well, but should be fun. It's like 2.5 hours long. Hey, Ron, thank you for the juice. Big Daddy J, you are the best. Thank you, Aaron. It's always good to see you. Do I like Mr. Nightmare and Chilling Scares? I do, yeah, they're great. I hope they're doing good. Thank you for the 5, Jordan. Appreciate you, bro. And Alex Love, thank you for the 50 months. That's a long-ass time. Hope you and your family get through it all right. Glad to be here. I'm always lurking around, always here to support. Have a good stream. Thank you. Yeah, it'll be fine. I just hope it doesn't, you know, result in any further chaos. Ran out of your videos to watch, so I've been listening and rewatching the ones from 8 years ago. Are you ever going to bring back gameplay in your vids? You know, if Sony Vegas didn't suck so much ass in regards to like rendering, you know, it like wouldn't be as a problem to like have video games rendered in the background, but the fact that it's so unreliable that it's easier to literally just like render with a still frame. I'm just like, well, I guess I'll just do that. Can you do a video about scary childhood abduction stories? I had some childhood trauma stories recently. Those were, I think, like semi-related. I actually take part of my narration from how you do yours to make it more of an informal style from true style stories. Oh, okay, thank you, Gemini. Yeah, I think we all kind of like pick up something from each other, you know what I mean? And just sort of evolve from there and find our own sort of like, and that's just how like people in general, like how do you think like all of England sounds like that, you know what I mean? Where you're just like, what the hell? What's going on over there? They all talk like a little goofy, you know what I'm saying? Also, I love how your accent has developed. That's true too, I guess I don't even know what my accent is. Transatlantic. Tralanic. Boo Boo Man, welcome back for 1 month. So, hi, thanks for being my soundtrack to my writing, drawing, and sleeping. You're welcome. What are you writing lately? What's up, Becky? I'm doing good. But yeah, tonight we got some scary teacher stories. So those should be interesting. Transatlantic is the uppity rich person accent. Oh, that's right, that's Frasier. That's how Frasier talks for whatever reason. Why does Frasier talk like that? What the fuck is his problem? You kind of have a YouTube addiction issue? I feel you, bro. I need it on at like all times just to like block out the quiet. But honestly, sometimes maybe you just need like a dopamine reset. Go camping in the woods for 3 days and just like allow your brain to just exist with the rising and falling of the sun. Do I like Starbucks? Yeah, I used to get Starbucks like every day. Same with Dunkin' Donuts. But I haven't gone in a while because I actually don't know why. Faith Frock, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Which would be out right now, but I had to delete it because I fucked it up. I have it on 24/7. Going to make the most of premium. Yeah, exactly. Get it while you can. Get it before the government forces you to show your ID to use it. I'd love to go camping with my astrophotography equipment. I'd be in heaven. That does sound nice. I'm sure you could figure out something like that. I gotta pick your brain on some stuff at some point one day when I get bigger. Yeah, no worries. You can ask it here if you want. Detroiters. In the 1960s, a serial killer called Sidney Cook. Oh yeah, there's also a new Saturn Soul video out. Maybe I should have linked that. If you guys are familiar with my true crime channel, we release new true crime videos, edited, looking good every other Tuesday. Boink. Hopefully that works. I'm just gonna pin it. Message pointed. Did it work? Yeah, we're good. It's just narration stuff and vocal stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Like as far as audio, like quality and stuff. Can you tell us a random scary thought? Let's think. Honestly, some of my scariest thoughts I have I think, are just like the anticipation of understanding that maybe there is just like no spiritual reality that we think we know. You know what I mean? And that it really was that easy to take over the world. Oh, there's someone. Yeah, like Palantir. I'm researching Palantir. So interesting. Understanding corrupt AI is the key to understanding the future. Yeah, I mean, like that's what like it's those kinds of things. It's like this concept that like some people outside of our reality, you know, not outside of our reality, but outside of like any appreciation for what it means to be like a lay human being. Like people, like imagine like individuals with like generational wealth that extends to like having properties that are $420 billion, you know, chateaus in France and shit you can't possibly comprehend, and like existing above and beyond royalty. It's like those kinds of individuals are the ones that are like funding essentially AI that, you know, if Jeffrey Epstein was there to like blackmail people and like get people in compromising positions so you could like influence them, Palantir is essentially to do that on such a mass scale of collated data that they can just like plant something on your computer or know exactly information about you at all times. You know, it's that kind of shit that's just like so terrifying that we're about to enter into the beginnings of a very, very boring and semi-scary sort of, I don't even know what you want to call it. Like, it'll be like anarchy within inside the United States, but then it's like anarchy tyranny, you know? It's like anarchy interiorly where you can't even like complain to someone about the anarchy, but then tyranny when you do complain about it, I guess. All monitored eventually, I guess, by AI of sorts. With whipped topping, there you go. Is it 7 years of survival? It's up to you, dude. You can go off and survive on your own. I mean, I guess that's all life really is anyways. Do I like to dance? I do like to dance, bro. I like to let loose. Let loose like a goose. What's up, big back? What's up? It's funny, my like friends' kids say big back more than I hear like anybody else anywhere say big back. I wonder if that is like a kid saying. I've never heard anybody like in the TikTok realm or like, you know, social media realm really say big back, but I hear kids call each other that all the fucking time. What's my best moves? Probably the Dougie. The Douglas. 20 questions. Remember that if you ask your 20 questions, it figures out the thing you think about. Oh yeah, I guess we're like well beyond that now. It only has to, it already knows the answer before it even asks it. Just came from My Little Pony Con, and surprisingly the bronies didn't smell bad. Nice, dude. You were going up there and sniffing them. Alright. Excuse me. So we got crazy, scary, spooky teacher stories. Has anyone watched K-pop Demon Hunter? I was forced to watch that probably 2 or 3 times over at this point. It's not bad, honestly, for a kid's movie. Whenever I have to babysit, that's immediately what comes on. You're forced to watch with your cousin, yeah. Big back is trending. Yeah, gorilla. Big silverback. Yeah, apparently it's like the most watched movie on Netflix to date, which is getting, like, it's got upwards of 292 million views so far, which is wild. And then I think it even is going to have, do I like the songs? I think the songs are okay, you know what I mean? Like, some of them are unique, but they're about kind of like what you would expect for, I don't know, the emulation of like boy bands and K-pop and all that kind of stuff. What's my favorite character? Well, I was designated as Mystery. That was the whole time during the movie. I have to hear that I am Mystery and that the girl with black hair is my girlfriend. And that's just what that's the reality I have to exist during that whole thing. But I honestly, if I'm being real with you, I really like the tiger who always like delivers who always delivers like a message from his tongue, because I feel like I'm the only one to pick up on the fact that like the little message on the tongue looks like LSD, and yeah, Derpy the tiger is actually just like high as shit on like LSD, and that's why he's like so derpy all the time. But he also just might be a bit of a derp. I think it's always funny, those kids' movies, when they introduce those sort of like visually interesting but kind of like quirky characters that are kind of minimal, because you know for a fact like that's just specifically to like sell some, you know, merchandise or some shit. C-Days, no worry. What's up, Christy? Shorn? What's good, guys? Alright, guys, should we read the first story? Do I like LSD? I don't. No, I took it years ago, 27 years old, and the whole time all I could think was that there was no God. So that was not reassuring in my internal psyche. Happy hump day. Yeah, I was talking about, yeah. I just showed my partner, who was born in 1907, the movie Starship Troopers. That's a good one. You love Saturn Soul. Thank you, Norma. Appreciate that. You did it for 2 years straight. I loved it till I met God. Dude, I mean, 2 years straight. Aren't you supposed to give your like brain quite a bit of time? I watched it. Yeah, I was telling him I watched that movie. Oh, it's just called Star Troopers. Wonder what that one is. You got a new phone, lost your other account. Oh, no worries. Sure, you're like 45 years old. I'm 35 years old. Do I have a girlfriend? Narp. 35-year-old loser. When me and my buddy Craig were younger, we did a terrible... Oops. Bombaklat. When me and my buddy Craig were younger, we did a terrible... Damn, that's not flowing nice. When me and my buddy Craig were younger, we did a terrible thing. Names changed to protect the not-so-innocent. Names changed, okay. Names changed to protect the not-so-innocent, etc. Now, I'm not going to say at the start here, TLDR, y'all have every right to hate me for this. Hey, what am I reading already? I'm going to say at the start here, sorry, the informal nature just like sends my brain all over the place. Sounds like those kids here babysitting suck the soul. No, they give me, honestly, it's like when I babysit, they film. I mean, it's stressful, but it's like I figured it out. You know what I mean? I figured out like their patterns and like when they're cranky and why they're cranky and how to diffuse it and how to ignore it. And I'm just like, okay, this makes sense. And then the one just like the 5-year-old just like randomly just like, I love you. And I'm like, I love you too. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel like a fucking human being. Rick Campbell with the 20, bro. Thank you. Says, I'm here on my remote 40 acres at my basic cabin with no lights, no restroom, and no electricity, only a bonfire, creek, a battery pack, and listening to you on the phone. Love you this. Thank you, Rick. Safe camping out there, friend. I'm happy you can get some alone time. Joel, do you have any remedies to get over a cold? You know, definitely sleep is probably the biggest thing, but there was, I think it was not garlic clove. What the heck was it? Someone suggested to me. It wasn't garlic clove. Oh, oregano oil capsules. Something about the oregano oil capsules seemed to expedite my recovery process. And that on top of like zinc and some other like immune boosters was quite nice. I'm gonna say at the start here, TLDR, y'all have every right to hate me for this, / hate me for this. Dude, I don't quite know what that's saying. Does anyone know what that's saying? I'm gonna say this at the start here, TLDR, y'all have every right to hate me for this, period, / hate me for this. The amount of guilt I feel is there a reason for the / hate me for this? I don't know. I'm just going to delete it. I don't really follow what they're trying to say. Chronically online stuff. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. It's just chronically online lingo sometimes does not like translate well to reading. Do you still have your eyelashes? I hope so. It'd be sad to lose those. It'd look scary. Do you think you're unattractive? No, I feel like I'm actually not bad looking, you know what I mean? And I would say like anyone who's ever like spent an extended period of time with me seems to be quite fond of me, and especially in like a sort of dating scenario, it's like it leads to, I wouldn't say like obsession or anything like that, but it's definitely a very, very deep sense of affection for who I am, and I appreciate that. But do I have friends who I observe them kind of just like effortlessly like picking up, like where girls just come up and put their number in their back pocket? You know, yeah, that, you know, you see that and you're just like, what the fuck? How does that work? You know, but I don't know. I'm sure I kind of like adapted myself a little bit to what's my best feature? Probably my traps, bro. Probably my fucking traps. What did I think of the movie? I thought it was good. I thought it was like a solid, like, you know, Disney style music thing that like hit on the popularity of like K-pop now and like totally appeals to the younger generation of like girls, and I think makes total sense that it's popular. Do I cast limerence spells? I try to. Why am I single? You know, I guess it's just a fluctuation. Sometimes you're single, sometimes you're not, sometimes you're just not. I did ask a girl out the other day at a diner. I went to a diner with a friend, and I don't know, I got like a positive vibe from the server. And then on my way out, you know, I was like, hey, would you ever want to, you know, go out sometime? And they just said, no thanks. And then that was it. And I was like, all right, no worries, have a good one. So, her fucking loss, man. No, I'm just kidding. No thanks. I mean, it's whatever. It was kind of random of me, you know, but I just like kind of got like a little bit of a vibe from the interaction. And I know servers kind of have to be nice, but there was just sort of like, I should have told her I'm famous. Yeah, I'm sure that would have totally made me look not crazy. What songs are stuck in my head? The ones that the girls sing all the time is, the hell are they? I don't even know. The first two in the store or the whole movie. She'll come around to one of my vids. I mean, it was kind of hilarious because then I went to a gym and then she was like working out there and I'm like, oh fuck. Alright. What did I do before Let's Read? I was in like healthcare. Do you ever fly your own colors to your podcasts? You mean like wear a shirt that says I was polite and respectful? Yeah, it's whatever. I don't know. It was just in the moment. I was like, well, let me try this. Yeah, I should have told her about the cult. Like, I don't know about if you know this, but I actually run a cult. Maybe that makes me more cool now. Do you think you have a good idea about a person? What do you mean, like creating a human? Yeah, I should have. Can I offer you a buttersock? A merce. I was a merce, yep. A mercenary. If you heard me in public, you'd recognize the voice. Yeah, maybe she just wasn't a subscriber. I walked up to her. Hey there. How are you doing? It's good to see you, though. Man, I don't normally do this, but can you get in the back of my trunk? What kind of date would I have taken her on? Oh, fuck, I don't even know. Show her all my collection of formaldehyde. Do you consider working in a nursing home healthcare? I did when I first started nursing. I worked in like a nursing home for like 6 months before I got a job in a more larger situation, but it's, fucking sucks. Working in a nursing home blows. I mean, it's not the worst. You make connections with people, but then they die and you're like, what the fuck? They're dead? That's weird. Your logo, then the first girl come up running and saying, oh my god, I love that show. That's her. It's true. It's a good point. What's up, Jonah? How you doing, dude? I'm gonna say at the start here, TLDR, y'all have every right to hate me for this. The amount of guilt I feel is a lot, and I can't even turn myself in and get punished for it because I already did at the time, and it was treated like we were just kids and it wasn't really our fault. Maybe that's true, but I can't accept it. I ruined a guy's life, possibly forever for all I know, and I did it by using his absolute worst fear in the world. I didn't know it was his worst fear at the time. How could I? Not many real people are deathly afraid of mummies. And I have to wonder why he volunteered to take us to the Egyptian exhibit at our local museum. It was a small suburban museum which didn't normally get exciting or rare exhibits, so I guess an Egyptian exhibit was a big deal. Sounds an Egyptian. Okuyasu Nijamura with the 5 says, hey girl, wanna see my mischievous dog and touch my butter sock? She just like picks me up by the throat. What the fuck did you say to me, boy? Mischievous dog. You go out sometime? Sure. Strauss Outdoors. Thank you for the 5 gifters too. Punky, Dom, Dawn, Lori Rice, and Asmodeus 300. Thank you, my friend. You guys now all have access to bonus content. Alright. It was a small suburban museum which didn't normally get exciting or rare exhibits, so I guess an Egyptian exhibit was a big deal. But we weren't studying Egypt in middle school, not in any real capacity. And besides, Mr. Barker, our English Mr. Barker was our English teacher. He wasn't our history teacher. I guess maybe I figured he was interested in ancient Egypt, so that was how I meant to... What the fuck? So then how... Okay. I guess maybe I figured he was interested in ancient Egypt, so then how was I meant to know that he had a major fear of it? We arrived at the museum, just some of the members from our grade, and we were accompanied by Mr. Barker and Miss Pace, the school nurse of all people. Maybe there were other teachers present and I'm just not really remembering them correctly. I just remember our small group being guided around the Egypt exhibit by Mr. Barker, who alternated between really enthusiastic and strangely jumpy. And even then, we didn't put two and two together to work out that he was getting edgy around the two mummies that were on display. And after some time, Craig and I got bored and started to linger at the back of the group, and then wandered off together. We found some pots that the sign claimed to include the organs of a... Wait, what? Organs? Of a What's that? Nasty Nate, what's up, bro? Oh, how do you say it? Sorry, let me look this up. Oh, dude, how angry are you guys? How angry are you guys that Windows 11 is like totally fucking up computers? Anybody aware of this? Have you guys heard about this? You seen this? You heard about this? But, dude, so to upgrade to Windows 11, you have to have like you have on your motherboard has to be updated with like some particular chip for like security purposes, right? Which most likely is just going to be like an AI chip, so like, I don't know, Israel can have like a backdoor to see whatever you're doing or whatever, Palantir, etc. But like what the fuck? I have like this relatively upgraded computer, right? And now I have to like basically build a new one or get like a new motherboard that has like Windows shit, or otherwise I can't upgrade to Windows 11. Windows 11 works ass for me. See, that's freaking stupid, dude. That's so dumb that it just immediately sucks. You still have Windows 10. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you don't get Windows 11 by October of this year, they are no longer doing security updates, from what I hear, on Windows 10. Which is just like dumb as shit, right? I don't know to what extent those security updates protect you against, I don't know, getting your shit hacked into or whatever, but I presume that you would want to, be as prepared as possible with whatever sort of future AI fucking hacking crap there are. But I mean, I know I'm just talking a bunch of crap here, and I'm really generally very normie when it comes to my knowledge of computers and stuff. But at the same time, I looked up and I didn't have the specific requirements, and I went through the most annoying shit ever, where my friend was coming into town to visit, right? He was like, oh yeah, let's get you updated to Windows 11. And I was like, all right, let's do that. And he's like, I'll figure it out, And he thought that all he had to do was turn something on in the BIOS, which is like the operating system for your motherboard, which is where all the pieces of your computer like connect to and shit. And then he goes in there, adjusts something, but then goes into the command prompt in my computer normally, changes something in that, restarts the computer, and now the computer like won't boot. So now we had to spend like the next 2+ hours while his like girlfriend, who I didn't even know was like a computer whiz kid, reformats a hard drive, connects that to my computer so she can like use the installation version of Windows to then adjust some code so that it can like run a boot manager from that external hard drive to then run the operating system on my fucking computer. And it's just like, what the fuck? And this is the last time I'm ever trusting this guy with any sort of computer shit ever, because I swear to God, he's done that kind of shit like 3 or 4 times in the past, where he's like, oh, I'll do this, and then it just like does not work. Like some particular pieces he thought while building a computer made sense, and like, I don't know. I'm very thankful for her that she could figure it out, but at the same time, like, oh, Jesus Christ, Windows, like, what the fuck? Like, look at the shit you're putting people. I have a friend who I'm pretty sure his job right now is to like solder on those like particular chips onto people's motherboards so that they can upgrade to Windows 11 or some shit. And I guess there are some like temporary workarounds, but it's still not good. I don't know. It's all stupid as shit. It's giving motherboard. We all love a computer queen. I mean, she was impressive with what she knew. But the whole thing was just so annoying because they were just coming to visit, and then that was Sunday. I probably would have streamed if not for that. As long as you can play RuneScape, yeah. Confidently wrong people are fucking dangerous. He's also like wildly confident about like veganism, and I'm like, bro, you're fucking like 300 pounds. Please don't tell me about like health food and the dangers of animal products. Like, just shut the fuck up. I work for Verizon. It's so crazy how every company uses the same schemes. Yeah, dude, it's insane. Let's go back to 1999. Technical updates needed back then. You got what you get. Yeah. What's up, Gabriella? Meat is good. I love meat. I love red meat. Dude, the best part about cows is that their stomachs, there's these, what do they call them, like ruminant stomachs, right? So like when they eat all of the genetically modified, cow feed that they get, it's basically like going through multiple filters before it eventually is digested in their system. So a lot of that like bad shit is like taken out, and then like, fucking red meat's pretty goddamn good for you. When someone says meat is unhealthy, just replace the word meat with McDonald's. Yeah, it's weird because I don't even know. He'll eat fucking Oreos and say that they're like vegan, and be like globulously like dripping over himself in fat, and it's like, get the fuck out of my face, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care what diet people do, but just quit fucking like trying to guilt trip me into one. I don't give a shit. I've been doing it since like the dawn of fucking humanity, trading cattle and trading livestock and raising livestock and all this kind of shit. It's just stupid. Anyways. Oh yeah, how do I say this word? Vizier. Okay. Some sort of high-ranking political advisor, a minister in certain Muslim countries, especially in the past, for an Islamic caliphate. Okay. Lynn with the 150, thank you. Burger time. I was under the impression that veganism had absolutely nothing to do with that. It's literally just about animal treatment. And that's, fair too, but some people, I mean, there was some Netflix documentaries where they sit there and act like, these guys, the Tennessee Titans made it to the NFC Championship or whatever or AFC Championship solely from switching their diet to like a vegan diet for the year. And it's like, oh yeah, I bet it was the vegan diet and not like their entire existence, the 99% of their existence and genetics leading up to the AFC Championship. It's just like, shut the fuck up. What's up, Jonah? No worries, dude. Do I drive drunk? No, dude. Driving drunk is like, even if it's just a little, you fuck up one time and, I don't know. I've seen so many friends who get like DUIs and they don't even intend to, and it's just like, fuck that, man. I don't even like being drunk. Even though I did it more recently, but now I'm done with it. I don't think I want to drink anymore. Thanks for all the stories. Think you're going to do another one. The rain in the background, they're amazing to sleep to. Yeah, definitely. What's kind of sad, though, is that that larger compilation video that came out on Monday, it did not do, like, I don't quite understand what it is. Like, all the numbers across the board were doing well, but, like, the one number that dropped was the YouTube recommendations. So I genuinely don't really know what a video needs to do to get YouTube to recommend it. And I don't know if it was because it was a really long video, it just, like, doesn't care or something pertaining to those, but getting YouTube recommended is like really hard lately for my channel, and I think it's a little frustrating. My brother got busted for drinking and driving. My dad responded with I drive and drink, but I'm smart about it. Yeah, everybody thinks they're smart about it until they just see like blue and red flashing lights, you know, behind them, and they're like, oh fuck, here we go. What is being YouTube recommended me? Yeah, so like to get new, so I can like get new audience members and more views, YouTube just like kind of has an algorithm where they decide what they recommend to like new people. And it's where a lot of like channels get the majority of their viewership, right? And if you don't get YouTube recommended views, you don't really get that many new subscribers or really views overall sometimes. And I don't know, it can be really demoralizing whenever you start to see things like drop. But at the same time, you know, I'm thankful for what I have, but you're just, it's such a, everything about YouTube just feels like this like mystic sort of superstitious experience, you know, where I'm just like teetering on the edge of falling off of a cliff, even though none of that makes any sense, and that's catastrophizing it, but I don't know. Ebb and flow, good point. Listen to the video just posted a few minutes ago and right in the middle it disappeared. What happened? Yeah, it was like supposed to be bonus content and I accidentally uploaded it as a normal video and just forgot to... I thought that you could schedule a bonus content video, but apparently that is not the case, which is also a gripe that I have with YouTube. Like, why can you schedule a normal video but not schedule bonus content? Like, that makes no sense. You have not been showing up for me at all entirety of summer. Yeah, you know, just kind of random. Maybe it's because I talked about DARPA or Israel or something one time, and you know. How do you stay motivated with 0 viewers? Bro, I have no idea. At that point, you just have to like find people to like collaborate with and interact with. But if you really do want to grow on YouTube, I've come to find that like you have to find a trend. You know what I mean? Like, think about the trend of the true scary, right? First it was creepypastas, then it's like Five Nights at Freddy's, and then it's like true scary stories, and then it's true crime maybe or some shit, right? And then it's, do you remember like the videos where, what the hell was it? The iceberg videos. Like, that's how Wendigoon blew up and some various other people blew up, is from doing like iceberg videos, right? And honestly, sometimes that's kind of like how you just gotta like, I don't know exactly where you find the stuff that's like trending necessarily within your niche, but sometimes you kind of just like have to find it, create that, then hope the algorithm itself helps you take off, you know, because you really never know when it might do so, you know. Brain rot channels? Well, yeah, I didn't even know they had brain rot channels unless it's like shorts. Oh, you mean like the Bomba Lima Jumba Kima, the John Cena. We found some pots that the sign claimed to include the organs of a vizier. Oh, I forgot how to say his name already. Vizier, sorry. We found some pots that the sign claimed to include the organs of a vizier, and I began teasing Craig that the vizier was going to haunt him. And next we found a plastic crocodile and were trying to decide if the museum thought that it was a real preserved crocodile, when it was clearly a piece of something from Spirit Halloween. And surely they had to realize that. And then Craig noticed a tiny disclaimer on a sign tucked into the back of the exhibit saying that the crocodile was for illustration purposes. Do I like bananas? Yeah, bananas rock. I haven't had them for enough lately, but the other day I was leaving for the gym and I was like, damn, dude, I wish I had a banana so bad. Up my ass. Like the Amazing Atheist. Will you ever bring Ivan the Demon back? He's one of my favorites. Well, there is that like Russian story that Sam wrote that's up on the channel in bonus content that kind of has a bunch of Russian accents. Mick Mouse. Mick Mouse. What's my favorite workout? Honestly, if you've ever done the hack squat, if you ever just want to get the best leg workout ever, do the hack squat and just take yourself to failure on that shit. Because even if you fail, it's like not dangerous to fall or anything. And I feel like you can just like keep going until you're like fucking dead. Yeah, Hack Squat's kind of like, how would you even describe it? It's like a machine that you get into, almost like a Gundam warrior suit. It's at like an angle, and it's kind of like a reverse leg press. If you've ever been in like the leg press machines, just imagine like reversing, where you're like pushing up into like pads instead. And those ones, you can go pretty wild with that. Belt squat's really cool too. And just anything Smith machine. The Smith machines are amazing just because they're like on a track. Now granted, you're not going to have as many stabilizers if you were to just do normal compound lifts, but you know, fuck it, dude. Bodybuilding's the way to go. Fuck like powerlifting. Fuck Olympic weightlifting. Fuck calisthenics. Like just, well, maybe not fuck calisthenics, but still, bodybuilding's just so much better, bro. Does anyone run? Run to the fridge. The brain rot squat, yeah. An old man was staring at you working on your wrists. You were like, what's that one thing called? The shake weight. You're sitting there like, brought like a shake weight to the gym, and he's just staring at you. Jeremy, dude, my brother, I'm really sorry. I don't know if you got my text. Yeah. But it's good to see you, dude. Okay, yeah, my apologies, man. There must have been like a big miscommunication there. I just want to sincerely apologize, because that was just like caught me off guard. I'm like, oh, fuck, yeah. Boop with the 936 has been on a near-death experience rabbit hole recently through the, what's that, a door? Through the door with some DMT tonight. Any questions for the higher dimension? What are your thoughts on near-death experiences? Yeah, you know, what happens? Do you get reincarnated? Like, do you go to Saturn to be in prison forever? Like, what's the deal? Is it heaven? What's going on? What's going on there after you die? Binge watching NDEs. You go back to the source. Oh, okay, that's good. To the tap water source. I mean, I guess we all are kind of like, what was that? I saw someone do a description, maybe it was even in here, where it was like if a drop of water, or maybe a stone, fell into like water, and your existence is kind of like the propulsion of like water, like droplet that like propels up into the sky for a little second, has that moment, and then it returns to the source of the ocean, and kind of just repeats that process over and over. Saturn as heaven would be a strange turn. No, it's like the concept of like Saturn is that it's like some sort of soul trap, if that makes sense. I forget exactly the occult nature behind it, but the idea is that like all of these celestial bodies around us are like oddly like spiritual in a sense as well, you know, and that something about Saturn keeps like the majority of human souls in a constant, endless like prison loop, I guess, here on Earth, or else they're like trapped in, I don't even know, in Saturn. I forget. Well, you know what? Let's just fucking look it up. I sound like a dope talking about it. My apologies, but it is fascinating. What's the soul trap of Saturn? Question mark. The core idea, the theory suggests that Saturn functions as a prison or recycling center for human souls after death. Instead of ascending freely into a higher realm, souls are allegedly trapped and reincarnated back on Earth through Saturn's influence. This ties into the belief that life on Earth is part of a controlled system rather than a natural cycle. Mythological and symbolic roots. Saturn in Roman mythology, Kronos in Greek, is associated with time, limitations, cycles, and harvest. These qualities get reinterpreted as a cosmic jailer, keeping souls bound in cycles of reincarnation. The cube of Saturn, esoteric groups sometimes depict Saturn as a black cube, symbolizing restriction, materiality, and imprisonment. The rings of Saturn are seen symbolically as barriers or frequency fences that prevent souls from escaping. Occult versions, some claim that Saturn emits frequencies with the sun and moon acting as projectors that quote-unquote trap consciousness in a simulated reality. This overlaps with Gnostic ideas that the material world is a prison created by archons and Saturn is one of their thrones of power. In a certain New Age and UFO circles, Saturn is portrayed as a soul-cycling station overseen by non-human entities, keeping humanity in karmic bondage. Modern references, writer like David Icke have tied Saturn to control systems, suggesting that the planet's frequency manipulates Earth's matrix. Some occultists link Saturn to the demiurge or false god in Gnostic texts, enforcing reincarnation until souls achieve gnosis and escape. Others interpret it more symbolically. Saturn represents the inner struggle against material attachments, not a literal planet trapping souls. Okay. Pretty interesting, though. I mean, just in a concept that can be extrapolated to, like, story writing and things like that, you know? Did Saturn lose its rings recently? Let's ask. Did Saturn lose its rings recently? Probably not if it's a bunch of rocks, right? Or skulls or whatever. Why does Saturn rings seem to disappear? Ring plane crossing on March 23rd, 2025. Earth will pass through the plane of Saturn's rings. Because the rings are extraordinarily thin, only about 10 meters thick compared to Saturn's massive diameter, they appear edge-on and become nearly invisible from Earth. It's a dramatic optical illusion, not an actual disappearance. There you go. So I guess it's just an angular visuality. I had one during a simple surgery. All I know is that it was a dark area with a distant light, and there were two figures standing with me. I heard, "Wake up," and they did, and that was it. Oh. Interesting. That's kind of what people say. It's like you die, you're in a dark tunnel, right? And then you're supposed to go to the light because that's like God. That's the source of creation. And then I guess if the two figures were near you, they probably would be like your guardian angels, right? I've always heard that you have like two guardian angels or something that like watch over you during your existence on Earth. Obviously, I have no idea what's going on, but it would be interesting of sorts. If souls have mass, would the universe eventually become a giant ball of souls and explode? I guess it just depends on where the souls are coming from. Like if mass isn't like created or whatever, you know, that would have to imply that it comes from some sort of external reality or whatever if you're adding mass to the universe over and over again, which, I don't know. Was it called entropy or whatever? Like there's no further mass created beyond the Big Bang-a-thon. Soul Bomb. What's the best food combo for you minus pizza and wings? Those are quite good. I mean, yeah, the salty shit is just amazing. Do you think I'm past life regressing when I dreamt I'm in a different person in another place? I don't know, honestly. I mean, honestly, that's what's crazy about dreams is when you finally get those like unique ones where you just like have an experience that makes like no sense at all. I think that's some of the best shit because you're just like, where did that come from? And who knows, maybe it is some sort of connection. Like your brain is sort of just a receiver of information, or who knows, a relayer of maybe somebody else's experience. Next, we found. Dude, I'm never gonna make it through this story. Holy shit. Next, we found a plastic crocodile and were trying to decide if the museum thought it was a real preserved crocodile when it was clearly a piece of something from Spirit Halloween. I mean, surely they had to realize. And then Craig noticed a tiny disclaimer on a sign tucked into the back of the exhibit saying that the crocodile was for illustration purposes only. Mystery solved. And then we stumbled across a gray door with a latch. And then we stumbled across a gray door with a lock on the outside. It said, "Staff only," with a sign hanging on it from the door by a string. So, being the stupid kids we were, I stole it and hid it in my school bag. Now looking inside, we could see that the room was some kind of maintenance room, or more accurately, a restoration room. There were a few exhibits from the museum dotted around the room, along with tools that suggested that they were being restored. And that wasn't what caught our eye, though. At the end of the room, propped up against the wall, was an open sarcophagus, and inside was an actual mummy. The other mummies in the exhibit had been behind glass and only partially on display. This one was just sort of sitting there, out in the open. And as we crept into the room, we could see that the bandages on one side of the corpse had been peeled away and were clearly being restored. This meant that an actual part of the dead body underneath could be seen, and this was the most awesome thing that me and Craig had ever seen. We started to creep up on this mummy and studied it for a little bit. Now at the time, it didn't really strike us as weird that some priceless ancient mummy had been left exposed in an unlocked museum restoration room. You've probably worked out that the secret of the mammary gland. She squeezed on my mummy gland. Pizza Hut and nothing, yeah. God, pizza's so cool, man. What's up, L? One time I dreamed we spliced Hitler's frozen DNA into a raptor because he was cryogenically frozen. And then we had a bunch of raptors in SS uniforms running around. Everyone slept in pods like the Matrix. Now that actually happened. Antarctica. So ready for fall. Bro, we had the shortest summer of my entire existence. It's so insane to me. I'm like pretty ready for fall because it's pretty cozy, comfy. But to my mind, I'm like, dude, it didn't get warm. It did not get warm until June 1st. Normally it's May 1st is warm, right? It's gonna be May. You know, you see that meme and you're just like jizzing your pants because you're like, oh my God, winter's finally over. And then now it's like it didn't get warm till June 1st, and now August isn't even over, and it's fall. And I'm fairly certain it's just going to stay cold. I mean, maybe we'll get some more warm spikes here and there in PA. I do like pizza, but I have a building addiction to Domino's Philly steak and oh God, that sounds amazing. What's up, Hawk? Joel, isn't PA having a weird weather front right now? Super cool temps. You know, that might be the case. Maybe it's just a front coming through. But to me, it just seems like this like big indication, especially now that it's like getting back to people going back to school and shit, where I'm just like, fuck. Is that all we get? We get June, July, and some of August. And granted, it's comfortable outside, but it's like, I'm not ready to be a fat piece of shit in like a sweater already. I need to show off my pack, bro. My one pack. I'm in PA too, yepper. I don't know. It's been so hot. It just went by so quick. I feel like we hit August and it's just like, boom, done. I feel like we hit 4th of July and it's already here. That's from the aluminum oxide increase from the Starlink satellites. That's what they use for cloud seeding. Oh, wait. You're saying that the Starlink satellites do cloud seeding? That's freaking lame, dude. August was super fast, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm not ready to, like, get into this, like, weird dystopian society we have coming towards us. It's so stupid. Just let Earth be Earth, bro. Why did they hate us? You probably worked out the secret of the mummy already from this, but if not, I'll just keep quiet for now. Now, our first thought was to go and get Mr. Barker to show him. We liked the guy and thought he was super cool and thought that he'd actually get a kick out of this. So we ran to find him, and as luck would have it, the class was having a break in the Egyptian exhibit and everyone was just kind of hanging about around. So we ran to find him, and as luck would have it, the class was having a break in the Egyptian exhibit and everyone was just kind of hanging around doing their own thing. We told Mr. Barker that we'd found an abandoned, cursed mummy that was falling apart in an unlocked... God damn it, I can't... Fuck. Rocket shot. Fall doesn't start till January in California? God, that sounds so pleasant, honestly. I mean, granted, I guess if it's hot all the time and the taxes are terrible in California, and LA, I don't know, are LA people nice? I heard they're not really nice and they're kind of vapid and whatever. That's when it gets cool at night. Wow. Been loving Twist of History. Thank you, dude. I think, yeah, there's a new episode today. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, new episode today. We told Mr. Barker that we'd found an abandoned, cursed mummy that was falling apart in an unlocked room. Naturally, as the grown-up, he decided it was his responsibility to look in onto our... Oh my god, I can't read a single fucking sentence. Holy shit. Naturally, as the grown-up, he decided it was his responsibility to look into our claims, but even then I could tell that he was unsettled or disturbed about something. We led him to the storeroom, and when we got there, Craig and I decided not to go inside. I can't remember if we'd already decided on pulling some prank at this point, or maybe we'd just been spooked by the actual dead body in the room. Either way, we let Mr. Barker go in. We watched him walk up to the mummy, and then we pulled the door shut and latched it. Mr. Barker didn't notice for a minute. We watched through the small window in the door as We watched through the small window in the door as he looked at the mummy and then just sort of strangely jumped back. Then as he reached out and touched it, then he... What the fuck? God damn it, I cannot fucking get through one sentence. Holy shit, bro. My mind is blowing. We watched through the small window in the door as he looked at the mummy and then strangely jumped back. Then he reached out and touched it. Then he stepped back again. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. I was watching a man who had a unique opportunity to face his own obscure fear, even though I didn't really realize that's what I was observing yet. I genuinely think he conquered it too. He very carefully and gently touched the mummy, first on the bandages and then on the actual flesh itself. Craig and I looked at each other and just sort of gasped, making gross out sounds. Making some gross out sounds. I should go visit Subtrans so I could finally make my mind up on working towards being able to move there one day. Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like maybe if you do visit, maybe you should just plan on staying for a whole year, because a whole year living someplace would, probably determine whether or not you'd want to live there, and you wouldn't want to just visit for 2 weeks and have to do that long-ass freaking, it's probably such a long plane ride. What are my thoughts on the Arctic wall theory? I don't really know about the Arctic wall theory. What's that all about? I feel like I've heard of it. Is that like flat earth related stuff? I went to the doctor today and the nurse said my blood pressure was great, and I said, thanks, I studied really hard last night, and she cracked up like it was the first time she ever heard. That's funny. She just starts rolling on the floor laughing. Oh my god. A friend of mine says somewhere like Saitama would be a nice place to live in Japan. Something somewhere in the middle, close to urban and central. Oh, okay, that sounds nice. Kind of would move to the Keys. I just have to get used to the humidity. Yeah, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Sonomi, what's up, dude? Happy Wednesday. Arctic wall equals flat earth dung. Antarctica is not a continent, but a wall that surrounds the earth. Oh, and it's flat. Okay. So it's like a flat bowl, right? Isn't that how they say it? It's like a flat bowl, and then there's just ice surrounding it, so you don't fall off the edge or some shit. Do I speak vocal fry? I don't know what you mean. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, because it's like if all the other surrounding celestial bodies in the solar system are seemingly spherical, why the hell would Earth also be, or why would Earth be flat, or like a bowl or whatever, or like a plate? I just don't really get it. Andrew, welcome back for 17 months, my friend. Good to see you. Oops. Queef Sweat with the 2 says, sup, y'all. Vamos, doyers. He wanted to say something, but then stopped himself when he was being silenced. Me? Yeah. They want to shut me up about the flattest earth. Mr. Breast. Can I queef just once? Have you seen the video where the guy tries to prove that the earth is flat, but they end up proving the earth was round? I haven't, I don't know. The whole flat earth thing is just one of those things where it's like, people just use it as like sort of an all-encompassing description of anybody who like may or may not trust an official narrative related to something, right? So it's like linguistically, if you just want to like shut down someone from talking about one particular conspiracy theory, you just call them a flat earther and they're like, no, I'm not, you know, but you know, hey, you've called them that, so you've completely encompassed and compartmentalized their entire existence into more of one of the cockamamie ideas. So you've won the argument, I suppose, even though you've literally said nothing. Where do you get your pyramid intro music from? It sounds so familiar. It was from like an Illuminati training video from way back in the day. It was actually the first project Robin ever did. I was like, can you make this Illuminati training video into me? And he was like, sure. White sauce or red sauce? I like them both. I guess it just depends. Do you eat your pizza starting from the crust? Those people are insane. I guess, I don't know. I kind of like the crust because it's like a nice little handle. Is that like the Krusty Krab training video? It is, yeah. Vodka sauce. Craig and I looked at each other and just gasped, making gross out sounds. Our teacher had touched a mummy. God, what was he doing? And then Mr. Barker started to turn and head for the door. We ducked out of sight, giggling when we imagined him discovering that it was actually locked. And Barker went from 1 to 100 in a fraction of a second. 1 minute he tried the door. The next, he was hammering and banging on it, screaming and yelling that he'd been trapped. Now Craig and I looked at each other and just ran. We hid and watched from some distance as Mr. Barker was banging on that door and then stopped. We were not enjoying this. We were absolutely terrified at his sudden, violent reaction and terrified at getting in a lot more trouble than we'd ever imagined. Now just remember, at this point we had no idea that this dude had an actual phobia of mummies. How could we possibly even know that? We were at an Egyptology exhibit. Why did he come? Why does he come? Why did he come? Why did you come just now? I don't get in stuff on my front teeth, that's why I eat pizza upside down. I feel like maybe you'd like a stromboli instead. Stromboli. What's the stromboli situation in this place? We were at an Egyptology exhibit. Why did he come? I could not swear on my family's life that the next part actually happened, but it's what both Craig and I remember happening. We hung back and watched from our vantage point as through the little window in the door, Mr. Barker. Oh, is that it? I guess there just needs a comma there. It's kind of confusing. When will I wear wigs? Dude, I'm wearing a wig right now. An old powdered one. Hey, Astral, thank you. People pronounce calzone the way you say Zamboni bothers me. Well, you better provide a solution or there will be none. Toupee. Do you think your personality has changed much in the last 10 to 15 years? 10 years from when I was 25? No. 15 years from when I was 20. Yeah, a little, I would say. But I would say most of that personality change happened from like the 20 to 25 range more so. But even then, there wasn't like some like wild fluctuations, I wouldn't say. Has there ever had a story that you could just read without edits? I mean, I've made it through some, but whenever like a lot of stories like have like stream of consciousness style writing, it's a little tough sometimes because it's like you kind of have to like know how they speak, I guess, rather than like a universal expectation, I suppose. Frontal lobe development. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. But it's funny in a weird way that we kind of like recognize the way that we changed during that time, just like sort of innately, and then the fact that there is like a frontal lobe fluctuation. We hung back and watched from our vantage point as through the little window in the door, Mr. Barker disappeared back into that room. Now the next moment, the mummy itself came flying face first towards the tiny window, and we both swear that we heard a cry of a mother effing... What is this saying, bro? And we both swear that we heard a cry of mother effer... Oh. Jesus Christ. Why is every sentence like deciphering a fucking... The Mummy's riddle? Do you guys remember the story of the Mummy's riddle? The next moment, the mummy itself came flying face first towards the tiny window, and we both swear that we heard a cry of mother effer coming from inside the restoration room. It was like Mr. Barker was trying to use the mummy to break down that door. Of course, to us, this meant that we'd driven our teacher to absolute madness and caused him to just... Clayton Benjamin with the 20 says, Joel, great job on Twist Test Brothers. Just wanted to say thanks for the last 10 years of stories. I'm 35 days sober, alcohol, and you, my friend, inspire me to do so. Thanks, man. Take care. Absolutely, Clayton. Just keep sticking with it. Replace it with good habits. You know, get to the gym. Literally, anytime you feel something, just get to the gym. That's it. That's the thing. I'm happy for you, though, bro. Thank you. Have you ever been so far as to even pretend to even want to go do more like? You're giving me a stroke. It's giving stroke. Of course, to us, this meant that we'd driven our teacher to madness and caused him to destroy... God damn it. Of course, to us, this meant that we'd driven our teacher to madness and caused him to destroy a priceless Egyptian artifact. The amount of trouble we were going to get into at that moment was unparalleled. And there was nothing for it. We had to stay hidden and never let anyone know that it was us who'd locked that door. Craig and I argued for a moment over which one of us would go and get the museum staff. Craig insisted that if we did, we'd be under suspicion, and besides, Mr. Barker was making so much noise that someone was eventually going to hear any minute now. And it took almost 10 minutes. 10 minutes of Mr. Barker bashing and crashing around with a mummy, and then going silent for some time towards the end. Eventually, a couple of the museum staff came running to that restoration room. They unlatched the door, and we watched with horror as they stepped inside. There were torn bits of bandages and broken bits of that mummy all over the room. Mr. Barker had completely destroyed that thing like he'd gotten into a fight with it. And then Barker had laid it back into the sarcophagus and just sort of trembled there, burnt out and completely spent. The museum staff was just sort of staring around in absolute horror. And remember, Craig and I thought that Barker had destroyed a bunch of priceless Egyptian. Cookies or donuts? Probably donuts. Donuts are so good, bro. What lie were you told by an adult? We were out in the lake and my grandma told me to be careful because catfish like to eat little kids. I hate the lake now. Oh man, what lie was I told as an adult? Or by an adult when I was younger? I remember my dad told me, if you lie, you go to hell. Like, it was very, like, he was not even like a religious guy. He just like would say that once in a while. Hey, you lie, you go to hell. And it was just like, Jesus Christ, dude. It's a little excessive. Now, granted, this could be true. We still haven't figured out if that plays how it plays out. But I do believe if you're trying to convince a kid not to lie, the first thing you shouldn't jump to is eternal damnation right out of the gate. Oh yeah, turning on the interior of the car light is literally illegal. That is kind of a hilarious thing. Every dad just like is in unison about that belief. It's illegal to have that on. Why? Because the person behind you can't. If they see what you're doing in there jerking off, then they're gonna get horny and crash. What? Jensen, welcome back for 62 months. If you touch yourself, you'll go blind, my blind dad. How do you think I ended up this way, son? Also, where are you? And you're like nowhere near him at all. God damn it. My mom told me that she wouldn't get mad at me if I told her the truth, but she always got mad. Yeah, I won't get mad at you. And you like, as you speak, you see her picking up like a bamboo stick. And remember, oh wait, why am I reading that? The museum staff were just sort of staring around in absolute horror. And remember, Craig and I thought that Barker had destroyed a priceless Egyptian mummy. Craig whispered to me that Barker might go to jail for this and that the criminal damage... Whoops. Craig whispered to me that Barker might actually go to jail for this and that the criminal damage and charges might be insane. And that was it for me. I ran out of our hiding place, yelling how it had been us. We locked him inside and it wasn't his fault that he'd smashed up that thing. And the museum staff reacted strangely. They didn't start yelling for armed cops to come and take us away like we thought was going to happen. They told us to calm down and we go to the director's office and figure this all out. I think that was supposed to reassure me, but instead, what happened next only served to just terrify Craig and I even more. One of the museum staff guided Mr. Barker out of the room. We walked out on these very shaky legs, took one look at me. He walked out. Andrew Batch with the 5 says, I told my little brother that all of his Sesame Street dolls were dead. He never played with them again. The Sesame Street doll, like they were living prior and now they're dead. Which is true, which is actually a true thing. My kids learned early not to lie, and now they're adults, and I'm proud I instilled that. That's good. Oh, what was I even going to say? Was there a question? Oh, yeah. I remember, like, when I felt bad. I had, like, a nephew that wasn't, like... Since my brothers are much older than me, I had, like, a nephew by the time I was, like, in 4th grade or some shit. And I just remember I very casually told him well into my teens that there was a shark in the pool. And I don't know why, it just seemed funny, but I was like obviously well too old enough to like say that kind of shit to a kid. And then he very much believed it and freaked the fuck out, and I felt really bad because I'm like, fuck, I should not have told him there was a shark in the pool. I thought that was, honestly, me telling him that was kind of just like almost felt like a meme, because by that point you're at the age where like you tell people, telling someone there's a shark in the pool is almost just like a joke. It seems silly. But I guess maybe that's more of a reflection on his stupid little kid brain. He walked out on these very shaky legs, took one look at me, and then just doubles over and begins to vomit. Only it wasn't just regular vomit. To me, it looked like he was puking up this black liquid, like the actual mummy's curse was real, and I'd caused it to hit my teacher hard. So Mr. Barker was there, throwing up, eyes locked into mine, and for all the world, it looked like he was just puking hell itself up. Honestly, in that moment, I've never been more scared. I wasn't the kind of kid who believed in the supernatural, but if anything was going to make me a believer, it was that, and in that moment right there. I guess one of the museum's staff saw that we were looking with complete horror because she actually put her arm around me and told me it was probably going to be okay. She said it was just the dust from that mummy, that our teacher had probably inhaled it because he'd been around and... What the fuck is going on in this story? The curse of the mummy's tale. Your mom used to tell you she loved your dad. I know, isn't it sad? Some days moms just wake up and change their mind, I guess. What's up, Jeffs? They didn't return the slab, yeah. I used to grab my little brother's ankle and make him walk on his hands. When he stopped, I told him a monster was coming. That's fun. What's up, Sam? The Mummy franchise was peak. It's weird, like back then you really didn't think of the Mummy franchise as like the peak of everything because there was so many good movies, and it's just sad that like movies just kind of took a complete shit dumpster dive that now you long for those days. Ever get the paddle in school? No, I was fortunate. We were past the paddling days. She said it was just mummy dust, and that our teacher had inhaled it because he'd been around a mummy without ventilation and a mask like he should have been. Been around a mummy was putting that very mildly. The dude had legitimately manhandled and destroyed a corpse. And honestly, Mr. Baker inhaled a mummy wasn't actually any less scary to think about than a legitimate mummy's curse. I guess the only thing that even made it slightly more tolerable and shifted it from unspeakable nightmare fuel to a somewhat creepy incident was the later explanation we heard for everything. And so here's what went down. Pretty much the entire Egyptian exhibit, their big deal event that they were selling tickets to and getting schools to pay for, was replicas only. They had a few disclaimer signs on the more obvious fakes, like the Spirit Halloween crocodile, but much of it was being passed off as real. So Mr. Baker didn't destroy a priceless mummy, but instead destroyed a fake mummy. However, it was made using a real, legally acquired corpse from the 50s. So Mr. Fuck, I said Baker that whole time. It's Barker. Who gives a shit? So Mr. Barker was trapped in a room with a dead body, dressed as a mummy, which he then smashed and inhaled dust from. So in terms of a crime being committed, thankfully it wasn't bad for any of us. But we had still driven our teacher crazy by locking him in with that mummy, no matter how fake the wrappings or modern the corpse was. We were so ridiculous. We'd do anything. We were so sorry. We knew we were the worst kids ever, and yet everyone involved kept dismissing it like that. We're the worst kids ever. We're the worst kids ever. I'm so sorry. I'm so freaking sorry. Kate Beckinsale is hot. Yeah, she was hot. Does it bother you to talk about your body? Are you a little insecure about it? I mean, I think everyone's insecure to a degree about their body, with varying just varying details, I suppose. I don't really think we were talking about my body, though, were we? Jensen loves his body. Loves it so much he walks around naked at the mall. And yet, everyone involved kept dismissing it that we didn't mean any harm and were just playing a typical schoolboy prank and had no intention of harming Mr. Barker. Now, I guess that's true, but I still felt terrible. I'm even told that Mr. Barker held no ill will towards us, but since I never directly saw him again, I can't be sure how true that actually was. Even mine and Craig's parents were pretty soft on us. They almost acted like we were victims somehow, and to this day, I wonder if there was something that other people knew that we didn't, that maybe suggested Merker Barker. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, would the story of my retarded 9-year-old cousin red rocketing the dog at Christmas be considered scary? Probably not scary. Funny, but probably not scary. I think it's hilarious when people peak in high school and they still have it as their convo or lifestyle when they're older. Like funny stuff to talk about, you mean? Red rocketing. We've all been there. Just another day in a red rocket. He's currently 29 and a registered sex offender. Yeah, it's always wild to me when those sex offenders register. Like, what are they... Like, hey, Dumbo, you're not supposed to sign up for that, silly goose. Who's my celeb crush? The ultimate crush. Like, who would I crush? With a fucking red-hot giant bus? I don't know. Who's even cool? Let's see. Who's good looking? Who is good looking? I don't like any celebrities right now. I think they're all fucking cringe and stupid. Honestly, Justin, you're probably my favorite celeb. You're like a gay son to me. No, there's Ryan Gosling. I don't know. He's alright, I guess. I don't know. Are these even people? You could just, like, put out a bunch of, like, hot-looking AI people and I would have no idea who is even a celebrity. Jennifer Coolidge. Oh, I do love Jennifer Coolidge. She is hot, honestly. Like, just a hot, horny MILF. Like, that's pretty cool. Jennifer Coolidge. Yeah, there she is. There she blows. Big Mama Milky. Stifler's mom. Let's see. Hugh Jackman, Gerard Butler, and I don't know, man. Jessica Biel. Oh yeah, Jessica Biel was beautiful. I don't even know, dude. You know what kind of makes me wonder? It was Jennifer Biel still with Justin Timberlake, even like after his, like during his DUI situation? I guess I don't give a shit. Don't even answer that. I don't care. I hope he crashed his car. Not because I want any ill will towards him. I just, I don't know. Sometimes it's just cool to crash a car, you know? It's like a destruction derby, but like in real life. What age are considered MILF? Probably like 25. 25 with kids. You're done. You're MILF category. You're MILF status. JK. 18, yeah. 18 with a kid, you're done. Cougar. Straight Coogan. I feel like most Christophers and Christians are handsome. It's true. It's all in a name. Honestly, sometimes you do kind of wonder what psychologically happens to a person just like based off of their name, you know? There's a certain flow to it that you feel like just hearing that so many times in your life. Like if you were, like honestly, if you were named like Dipshit, that wouldn't be good, would it? Yeah, Quandale Dingle's my favorite, my favorite celebrity. We still haven't even made it through story 1. What is wrong with my brain, bro? I'm checked out. Been doing YouTube for 11 years, bro. I'm out. I'm donezo. I don't even know what anything is anymore. I don't know where we are. I'm moving to Puerto Rico. They almost acted like we were victims somehow. And to this day, I wonder if there was something that other people knew that we didn't, that maybe suggested Mr. Barker was dangerous or more volatile than we knew or something. I don't know. I just don't feel like we were ever punished, really. Mainly this because the museum, the school, and Mr. Barker's family decided it would be better for us to just sort of cover it up. Now this was back in the 1980s, so there was still a lot of stigma around mental illness. Barker's career as a teacher would be severely impacted if any of this came out, so he took an extended leave of absence until the next semester, by which time Craig and I had left that school and moved on to high school. Now we kept our word and didn't tell any of our peers about driving Mr. Barker insane with some mummy. We were pretty ashamed, and I still am even to this day, and like I said, I still feel like I should have received a harsher punishment. Now I have no idea how Mr. Barker's doing now. I do know that he returned to teaching the next year and... I do know that he returned to... I have no idea how Mr. Barker is doing. I do know that he eventually returned to teaching, but then I lost track of him in the past before there was any real internet or social media or anything like that, and I'd never been able to remember his last name, or his real name. Jesus. Sorry. Fuck, man. Went to school with someone named Paige Turner. That's awesome. Were they a writer? There's a new guy at your work named Joel. He pronounces Joel. Joel. Guten Tag, it's me, Joel. Okay, holy fuck, we're almost there. I do know that he returned to teaching, but then I lost track of him in the past before there was any real internet or social media or anything, and I've never been able to remember his real name to look him up since. Craig and I stay in touch a bit via Facebook and all that these days, and both still agree that we feel terrible for triggering Mr. Barker's immense phobia of mummies. Craig and I still stay in touch via Facebook these days, and both still agree that we feel terrible for triggering Mr. Barker's immense phobia of mummies. Hoa Lemry. Mr. Barker is probably a tree-hugging dog. Yeah. Good evening, Let's Read homies and homettes. Also drinking a tall glass of water for the homie Pradeep from Texas. Thank you, friend. Good to see ya. Reporting for duty, sir. Did you guys ever see that video where they're like on a field trip or some sort of sporting event and they're taking attendance on the bus? And the one kid, I don't even know what he says, like, ready for action, sir. Ready for action, Mr. Johnson, sir. I don't know why, that's like one of my favorite videos ever. I just like lose my shit every time I see it. Ready for action, Mr. Johnson, sir. Oh, fuck. Okay. Story motherfucking 2. Holy shit. We're cruising. Met a guy in San Francisco years ago. His name was Ivory White. He even showed me his ID to prove it. That's awesome. I guess you could legally get your name changed too. Do I intentionally leave the bloopers in my videos? Probably not intentionally. I guess it just depends on which bloopers there are. Usually rock. Thank you for all you do. I much appreciate going over 5 years of listeners. Thank you, Amber. Good to see you. Hey, let's read. This is probably the most important question I have asked since being on here, but is Misty a stripper's name? Misty Tits. Last name. I mean, it could be a stripper's name if you wanted. Misty is stripper's name in House of Leaves. That's awesome. I have that book on my shelf. Never finished it. Misty Pits. Misty Piss Bucket. Biggest lie as a kid my parents told me was the ice cream truck only played music when they were sold out of ice cream. Oh, that's brilliant, actually. See, they're playing music because they're actually out. So let everybody know. Don't even come around. It's only a stripper's name, yeah. If you're named Misty, you were kind of destined for a certain purpose. You were born to be a dancer. Ever met a person with a long-ass name? DeQuavius. I had a classmate with 4 names. She must have had a hard time learning to write that shit. Yeah, that's annoying. This is kind of a weird one that happened to me when I was in high school in the early 2010s. So I had this boyfriend, we'll just call him Dylan, and I don't mean to brag, but he was the kind of hot that made other girls jealous. We weren't quite the school's prom king and queen power couple, but we were pretty close to it, and we were otherwise just totally normal kids having a totally normal high school time. Now, one of Dylan's electives was art, and it was one of the few classes we didn't actually have together. Our school was pretty small, and because we were young and LOL in love, we'd tried to ensure that LOL in love. Lol. Lamau. Raffle stomp. Raffle stomping my shit down the drain. LeBron James. LeBronathan. It does kind of blow my mind that LeBron James is literally playing, like, the best NBA player, right? And he's playing on the same team as his son in the NBA. Like, that's, like, what? Like, how? How did he do that? How is he still, like, healthy? Is he still good? I don't even watch basketball. Actually, I had to quit smoking weed so I could read books again. I simply can't read at all when I'm smoking regularly. I'm 3 months sober now and heavy reading phase. Oh, that's cool. Good. LeBron Jams. I think what's so funny about, like I mentioned about my buddy's kids that I babysit, the ones like 5. She's the most, like, off the wall, like, most out of left field with the shit she says. And this wasn't even really it, because she just, like, bounces around from thing to thing. But for some reason, when she, like, went inside the one time, she was, like, just out of nowhere, you know, wasn't paying attention. She just, like, see you later, rats! And then, like, slammed the fucking door hard as shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? What the hell does that mean? Just, like, no, you know, not prompted, going in to go to the bathroom or whatever, just, like, turns around, see you later, rats! And just fucking slams the shit out of the door. I'm like, okay, see ya. Dude, she's fearless, too. She'll just, like, some of the shit at the playground, like, she should not be... Dude, there's some stuff at the playground where I'm like, they did not think this fucking shit through. Especially something like the modern... You know, like, I feel like every playground should just have, like, a fucking slide and, like, maybe one of those things you kind of, like, crawl through or some shit, maybe something that spins. But then you go some of the more modern playgrounds and they just got so much random bullshit. Just like a series of overlapping, like, ropes for whatever reason. And it's not even like those types of ropes where like it'll be like close to like a two-story tall rope apparatus. And you're like, if a kid fell off this, it's like, if an adult fell off this, it's like guaranteed getting hurt. And so you have to like venture up there with them. You can like hear the wind like, Father, what are you doing up here? It's dangerous up here on the playground equipment. But I mean, like, the ropes are just like interwoven, but to the extent that even if they like took like a weird step just based on like the strange sort of optical illusion of them cross-hatching with each other, it's not like it's going to be like a tumble down to the bottom. It's just like there's some areas that are just like a straight shot to a broken neck. And I'm like, holy fuck, these are not good. Whatever happened to just everything being perfect and nothing bad ever happening? The spinny wheel. Bring back the spinny wheel. Our school was pretty tiny, and because we were young and LOL in love, we tried to ensure that we shared as many classes as possible. Dylan took art, though. Damn it, Mern. Dylan took art, though, and I didn't, so I had band when he had his art lessons. And he was, and still is, a pretty great artist, too, and he specializes in still life using pastels, acrylics, or charcoal. And these days does digital art, but back then in school it was those things. One day, early in our senior year, as we were walking home from school hand in hand, Dylan asked me the strangest question. What does "draw me like one of your French girls" mean? Obviously, as his loving and faithful girlfriend, that made me excited. I asked him why he was asking, and if someone had said it to him. And he just sort of laughed it off and asked a bit sheepishly, and I pushed him on it. He wouldn't tell me at first, and I got a little mad at him. Now, with his usual puppy dog eyes and hapless sincerity, he asked me why it was such a big deal. I just laughed and explained that scene from Titanic, you know? And I'm sure everyone knows it, but just in case you're listening and you're one of those Gen Alpha types, Kate Winslet says, "Draw me like one of your French girls," and it means draw me nude. So if someone had asked my boyfriend to draw me like one of your French girls, and then it was either one of his football buddies, and he was about... Jesus Christ. My son fell off an 8 feet off of a jungle gym tower, landed on his back. He was 6. I looked him up, and he was like, "You good?" And he looks at me and goes, "Yeah." Damn, dude. I don't know. I guess it happens to the best of us. I've eaten some pretty big piles of shit jumping off those fucking things. And, or just falling in general, or just all that kind of stuff. But I guess every kid kind of needs it. But it is really fucking scary because you just, one weird angle. And I know kids are like bendy and shit, but the idea of like one of them like breaking their neck and you're just like forever responsible for them being in like a wheelchair, you're like, I don't think I could live with myself. They weren't French. I seen a video about the true history about playgrounds. They used to be way more dangerous. By now they had a little bit boring due to too much safety. Probably a good thing now. Yeah, I feel like maybe they found like a happy middle ground. Remember a kid in my school fell out the jungle gym, broke his collarbone. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, mate. I am fortunate to never have broken a bone in my life. I mean, I guess my finger did get bent backwards, but it just popped back into place. I'm actually surprised. Well, I guess I did roll the shit on my ankle and maybe broke my toe bone. But pretty minimal. And I'm kind of curious if it had a lot to do with milk consumption or no. Probably not. Just titty milk. Straight from the cow. But so if someone had asked my boyfriend to draw me like one of your French girls, then it was either one of his football buddies and he was about to get a rude awakening, or it was someone who I didn't want him drawing like a French girl. And when he told me who'd said it to him, I was a bit floored. Dylan claimed that it was his art teacher, Miss McElroy. and she had said it jokingly to him after class while he was packing up. I started asking if anyone else had been there, and he said no, it was just him. He said that she must have just been kidding and kidding. He said she must have just been kidding, though, that no way there was a teacher offering to pose nude for a student, and I started to grill him again. Now, to me, it really didn't sound like she was joking. Now, he ended up having a little argument about it, and I was... God damn it, dude. I don't even know what the... They say you're saved from breaking a bone by your guardians because your life is already filled with emotional pain. I'd rather take the broken bone. Maybe. Maybe it was the milk, though, honestly. Milkies. I don't know how to say this name. McElroy? I think it's McElroy. The Guardians. My guardian. Are you still... Wait. Boop, are you still tripping on LSD? McElroy. Okay. That's what it was. It was McElroy. We figured it out. Making some cornbread. To me, it really didn't sound like she was joking. We ended up having a little argument about it, and I went home that night seething about Miss McElroy. Now let me explain. Miss McElroy was new to the school for that school year. She was young, dark-haired and pretty, with a stunning skin and a European accent that might actually have been French. Now all of the guys at school. Now all the guys at school had a crush on her, and so did some of the girls, and the rest of us were just sort of low-key a little jealous of how glamorous and how this new teacher was. So we're not talking some hairy-legged, cardigan-wearing old lady art teacher here. It was a woman who was less than 10 years older than my boyfriend, who, based on my observations, was kind of flirty. I didn't want to pee Dylan off. I didn't want to pee on Dylan. Why the hell did they write pee him off? I didn't want to pee him off. That's funny. Or all the gargoyles at school. Oh God, it's a gargoyle. I didn't want to piss Dylan off, but I'd ask, oh my God. I didn't want to piss Dylan off, but I'd ask about Miss McElroy after that. Just sort of casual. How was art today? Miss McElroy offered a strip for you again yet? Painted that teacher yet? Jokes like that which were kind of not jokes. Now Dylan surprisingly didn't get annoyed with me about it, and that's maybe why I kept it up. In fact, he'd reply in the negative, of course, nothing was happening, but he seemed almost uncomfortable and sort of cagey, like there was something he wanted to... like there was something he wanted to tell me, but didn't know how. I started making sure arranged things... What is this saying? I started making sure to arrange... Oh. I see. Story's getting risky? What do you mean? Risque? Oh, kinks are concepts. People can pretend or roleplay anything they want, but, like, it doesn't apply to abusive behavior. My kink is locking you in a cage and never feeding you. Sarah Wentz. Thank you for the 5, friend. Good to see you. My left middle finger was 90% cut off. Hand versus door. That sucked almost. Had to amputate, but the bone didn't break. So they just stitched it back on. It's fine now. Oh, that's good. Everybody's still in my walls. What are you guys eating in there? Just like centipedes and shit? You get married in 2 days, wish me luck. Good luck, friend. You won't need it. You're gonna have a beautiful, happy life. Blessings from the Buttersaw cult. Eating insulation, yeah. Free the forbidden cotton candy. I started making sure to arrange things so I could meet Dylan after his art classes. The period where I had band and he had art was the best one because I was able to skip out on that class early a bunch of times. Now one day I showed up to the art class early, but the rest of the class had already been dismissed. The interior windows of the art class had always been frosted glass, so it was impossible to spy into the classroom by looking through them. This time, the door was ajar though, so I kind of eavesdropped. Miss McElroy was talking to Dylan, complimenting his art, and maybe it was just my imagination, but there was definitely a flirty tone to her voice. Then, my blood ran cold when I heard her ask Dylan if he'd given any thought to her request for a portrait commission out of hours. Wait, that sounded weird. Dude, I remember my art teachers always had a crush on me too, bro. I'm not even joking. Now, it was never anything like this creepy, but I just remember they always really liked me, and that was pretty cool. Hey, Joel, why are girls confusing? Probably on their period, I guess. Justin Ballas with the 5, so I asked ChatGPT, well, I asked Baba Yoda, and she said she's gonna throw you in the fucking stew. What? You can throw me in, I guess. Hey, Shell, what's up? W hat. W hat. W hat in the chat. Can I draw? I'm pretty good at drawing. Oh, they're putting Baby Yoda in the stew. Honestly, if I had, like, a lot of people don't realize, like, a lot of people like Baby Yoda, but I honestly would. If I had a boiling hot pot and I had not had lunch yet and breakfast was, like, over 2 hours ago, I'm fucking throwing that little piece of shit in there to, like a crab boil, bro. I'm getting all of those Maryland sauces in there. Do you know the Ukrainian jar man? I don't think so. I'm afraid to ask. He was found during the Ukrainian war. What videos you have planned? I want more cop stories because I want to be one. I'll have to look into it. Do I answer my emails? No, I have other people like digging through my emails to find stories and stuff. So, I mean, sometimes if an email goes through, I might catch it, but crab fat is bussin'. How do you tell if it's fat or just like crab poop? What's up, Norris? Then, my blood ran cold when I heard her ask Dylan if he'd given any thought to her request for a portrait commission out of hours. Dylan stuttered and stammered and said he'd work something out, and that's when I knew the kind of portrait she meant. Dylan brought it up himself later when we were hanging out in the park with the two of our buddies. Now he swore us all to secrecy and then told us that Miss McElroy was trying to commission him to paint a nude portrait of her at her home. He also confessed that he'd been deeply uncomfortable. Okiyasu Nijimura with the 5 says bro ain't gonna be laughing when the chicken-footed house is outside his house. The chicken-footed house. Bro ain't gonna be laughing when the chicken-footed house is outside his house. Is this another riddle of the Sphinx? Riddle of the Baby Yoda? He also confessed that he'd been deeply uncomfortable with how she'd behaved towards him, and that she'd made a few advances that he interpreted as... I don't even know what that word is. God, flirkin', schmirkin', schnurmit. Oh, solicitous. Was not ready for that big one, that big vocab. I'm not high, but I feel like it with okay. Wait, yeah, what was the comment again? Bro ain't gonna be laughing when the chicken-footed house is outside his house. Is it related to Baby Yoda? With the 5 again, says if you toss a comb outside, it might turn into a row of trees and block her path. Oh, are you talking about? Did I get cursed? Did Justin curse me or something? Guys, listen, I don't want to be cursed with Baby Yoda right now. No cursings. I've got a very strong spiritual wall up. You're not getting by it. He also confessed that he'd been deeply uncomfortable with how she'd behaved towards him, and that she'd made a few more advances that he interpreted as solicitous. Not the word he used back then, obviously. Now, I was horrified, obviously, but our 2 dumbass buddies, both guys, were kind of like, "You go, bro. Get that cougar pee." And then they remembered that I was there and apologized and shut up, but you could tell that they didn't take it seriously at all. Now, I reminded them that Dylan was 17, and that crime was a crime. A teacher can't behave like that towards a student, and besides, Dylan was uncomfortable. He seemed relieved that I had his back and grateful that I understood, and later we talked about how people really do not take it seriously when it's a guy being preyed on, whether by a woman or often even another older man. And to this day, I still insist that we as a society do not take male victims as seriously as we should. It's something that Dylan and I have always advocated for over the years. Cougar pee. Are we sure this isn't a water sports story? I think they meant like cougar vagina. What kind of artistic hobbies did I have as a kid? I guess just drawing, any sort of art class and drawing pretty much. Would you ever officiate a wedding ceremony? Yeah, I could do that. That'd be fun. Bad story, so awkward. I don't know. I feel like it's right on par with a lot of other stories I've read from here and Reddit and all that kind of stuff. As far as just a creepy teacher person. It's something that Dylan and I have always advocated for over the years, and yes, spoiler, we're still together to this day and married with a beautiful daughter and another on the way. Now, Dylan kept me filled in on his Miss McElroy, and she was definitely rizzing him up, as the kids say these days. She kept insinuating that she really wanted him to paint her nude, and that afterwards they could see what happens. Dylan said that she then kept adding that she meant artistically, but it was very obvious that she meant some kind of physical interaction between them. Now, one day I was late to getting out of class, and Dylan was supposed to meet me out at the front of the school to walk home, but when I eventually got there, he was nowhere to be seen. I knew that he wouldn't have left without me and had art as the final class of the day, so I walked back inside to see if he was still there. And the halls were almost completely deserted by then, and I realized that I was in fact very late. And when I got to the art classroom and tried the door, it was locked up. The light in the classroom was on though, and I could hear the sounds of someone inside. Now the next thing I know, my phone starts buzzing. I look down at the text and it's Dylan. "I'm in art class and McElroy is stripping," he said. "Then, she has her top off, help." I froze. I had no idea what to do. And that's when I saw the vice principal approaching down the corridor of the hallway, and maybe he could help. Now, I tried to get something out, but I was actually shaking, panicking like an absolute idiot. And then my cell phone was buzzing in my hand, and I could vaguely see Dylan asking for help over and over. And I made a decision in the spur of the moment. I blurted out that I thought that there was a fire in the classroom, And then before the vice principal could react, I grabbed the fire extinguisher from on the wall and slammed it into one of the frosted glass windows. I hoped that Dylan or Miss McElroy weren't under that glass, though. Thankfully, they weren't, and the window broke apart into 3 large pieces, which fell into the classroom and shattered into tiny pieces that the safety glass tends to break into. This left a huge gaping look. Gaping? Do a folklore video including the Baby Yoda stories about witchy entities. Is Baby Yoda a witch? Joel is 8, too many popsicles and my tummy hurts. Can you get some ginger ale and tuck me into bed? Yes. Go get ready. Okay, also, new drummer with a 5 says, bro, I just heard the rustle of a broom fly and an echoing cackle by my window. She's coming for you, dude. Can you imagine Baby Yoda on little witch's broom? You probably can't because he's in a boiling stew right now, dead, slowly having his meat tenderized. Soon he'll be falling right off the bone. Do you think Baby Yoda has any bones? I feel like he's got to. He's got teeth and fingernails. Flying around on a little bitch's broom. Look, she's flying on a bitch's broom. This left a huge gaping look at what was going on inside. Miss McElroy had Dylan pinned into a seat. She was completely and totally topless, straddled across the desk, while Dylan just sat pressed back into the chair, this look of horror on his face. Now, it would have been funny if it wasn't so insanely disgusting to me. Miss McElroy looked like an actual predator, like some kind of creature advancing on my boyfriend. Now, the vice principal let out some kind of strangled cry and then began shouting at Miss McElroy to get off of that student immediately. And it was like she didn't even hear us. I'm sure it's more terrifying in my mind when I think back on it, but she was almost like a woman possessed. She was groping and grabbing at Dylan, who was sliding in his chair backwards, pinned between the teacher and the desk, his eyes wide and staring at me for help. I leaped through the waist-high broken window and did the only thing I could. I just unleashed that fire extinguisher, full foam blast at Miss McElroy. And that blast sent her falling sideways, clattering onto the ground in this mess of limbs, phone, and desks. Dylan jumped out of the way and ran over to me, and then unlatched the door from the inside and let the vice principal in. And the whole thing was just this pile of chaotic poop show in our small... Oh my gosh, I was on a bit of a roll. A bit of a crunchy roll. Ayo, Sheets run, fellow Pennsylvanian. Dude, Sheets is weird, man. Sheets is going through some strange things where, like, not that many weeks ago, Sheets was saying that if you come in between the hours of, like, 6 and 8 p.m., you can get, like, 50% off of, like, stuff if you pay with Bitcoin. Which, like, first off, which fucking Pennsylvanian that you see at Sheets, first off, you know what I mean, like, ever has Bitcoin? Like, what the have you ever seen the people that go to fucking Sheets? It's not bad people, everyone uses Sheets, I get it, but it's just, like, so funny that they're, like, trying to, like, farm a bunch of, like, country blumpkins fucking Bitcoin, you know, and between the hours of, like, 6 to 8, and somehow not only do you have Bitcoin, but you also have, like, a card that can transact with it, you know. Like, the amount of, like, insanity going through their head at that moment is just, like, so stupid. Sheets is, like, this thing that's up and down the East Coast. Well, it's, like, northeast, I guess, mainly. But it's, like, this huge gas station. There's that and there's Wawa. And basically they're just these competing huge corporate gas station places that you can get like fast food made with these, like, you can hit touch screens and stuff to get your fast food made, and a bunch of other stuff, But okay, that didn't, I was like, okay, the weirdos of Sheets are trying to like farm people for Bitcoin. Sure, I get it. They're trying to get ahead before suddenly, like, Bitcoin takes off even further. And that's fine. But there was this other weird thing that I saw is like, so Sheets, like any other store, grocery store, whatever, they have a card, like a Sheets card, where the more you use it, the more Sheets points you get. Now, I swear to fucking God, I've never in my life ever been able to like claim any of the fucking Sheets points because you have to like, I don't know, activate your account or something. But I saw like a notification or something where it was like Sheets wanted you to ID verify, which with like your card. I'm like, what the fuck? Sheets wants you to take a picture of your fucking ID and connect it to your dumbass like card under the promotion that you get 1,000 Sheets points, which is like pretty much amounts to like one small thing of disgusting French fries, And I'm just like, what the, like they literally want to put themselves into a data breach type scenario similar to that, that one website where, what was it called? Remember the T app where a bunch of ugly girls put their like faces onto like their driver's license onto the website and then it got like hacked? I mean, I guess, yeah, you could use a fake ID or whatever, but it's just so weird to me. It's like, why is Sheets talking about Bitcoin? Why is Sheets talking about ID verification? It's just like, what time who's like, where's the, like, tell me the incentivization rung, you know what I mean? Like, if there's a hierarchy of incentivizations that usually comes up through like investment groups, right? Like, remember the ESG scores and all that kind of fucking weird stuff that like financially incentivize people based on investment to act a certain way or promote certain things. Where in the financial motivation rung and hierarchy is like Sheets getting their marching orders to tell you to ID verify? Like, what the fuck is that, bro? That is weird to me. Now maybe my brain is just too conspirified, but it just seemed super, super sus, especially like the timing with the UK, rolling out their like internet ID verification bullshit, Anyways. Never heard someone get so heated about bedding. That's what they sell there. It's just bed sheets. I mean, maybe they do sell the data. Maybe the data does get sold through third-party systems to somebody else, and that's the incentive. That's the financial motivation. But it just seems really weird. Now I have to cross the border, risk going to El Salvador just to check out the Sheets business. Someone comes up from South America, Central America, to go to Sheets. Prepare to be in heaven, my friend. I just cleaned my bong and I'm so good at cleaning it, I swear it looks brand new. I'm a witch. Hell yeah, dude. Can't you just put it in the dishwasher? Using data for election projections? How would they do that? Sheetses. I like when people call it sheetses, yeah. That's like sort of a country blumpkin thing that I hear that my roommate would always like make fun of people that he knew and how they'd said it. Resin all over your plates. Oh, I guess that's fair. Maybe. I mean, is that it doesn't like continue to clean it until nothing's left kind of thing? A country pumpkin. The whole thing was a bit of a chaotic poop show in our small town. Now, the way the story went, Miss McElroy had undergone some kind of drug-induced psychotic break over the semester. She had no history of acting like this with students before, but on the other hand, it was her first real posting as a teacher, so who knows if that meant anything. Now, no real criminal charges were brought against her because ultimately it didn't quite go far enough for a crime to have occurred. Yet. Other than the topless part, I guess, but I have no idea. Now, Dylan and his parents were very understanding, but of course, Miss McElroy couldn't remain as a teacher, and also had to undergo mandatory psychiatric evaluation and counseling as well as some kind of rehab stint, although I'm not sure if that was a court-appointed or who forced it or anything. All I know is that my future husband came very close to being assaulted by a teacher. And even today when I tell the story, there are certain people who don't see the severity of it. No matter your gender, if you're a young person and you're being hit on by an adult, especially one in a position of authority, then you don't have to stand for it. Tell someone. Demand it to be taken seriously, and if that fails, well, then hopefully you have a loving partner who will spray them with a fire extinguisher. No, you would just spread it around probably and ruin your dishwasher. Yeah, but I mean, isn't there a bunch of other, disgusting shit on your dishes anyways from all sorts of food that, a bunch of dried up plant resin, is that going to be, any different, do you think? It's like cleaning out, an ashtray, right? Oh, fuck. Alright. Joel Cheese says squeak and wants to know if you have any sunflower seeds. Squeak. Do I have hair on my head? I have a big rainbow afro. Bong resin is really hard to remove. You need a carbon carrier like alcohol. Ah, I see. How deep is Pradeep? He's good. Where is he? I haven't seen him in a bit. Oh. He's laying in his little bed at my feet, and I didn't even realize. And I opened the curtain to let the light in, and he's just squeaking his eyes, what the fuck? Honestly, probably someone does that, but I just clean it by hand like a goddess. Like an absolute weed-smoking goddess. He is using the bed. It's cute. Yeah, somebody told me to put a shirt in there, so I put one of my shirts in, and now he does it. Do I force any of my friends into hugs just to tease them? Yeah, if I do, I don't let them go. I just start squeezing till their breath leaves their body. Anyone remember LiveJournal? It was kind of like Tumblr, but back before Tumblr was a thing. Now, there was a lot more drama-focused stuff, if you can actually believe that, and a lot less socially conscious stuff, shall we say. It had a big goth and emo population, but in general, people would just use it to microblog about their problems, their day, their faves, music, and the people they hated. And as far as I'm aware, it was the first social media blogging site. I mean, it was pretty much just exactly the same as Tumblr, but it was more oriented towards community building and having a friends list and things like that. Honestly, I was a high school skid, Marks. I just had to rehome my mom's cat and her kitten a couple of weeks ago. I helped birth the kitten. I missed them. You were the midwife for the kitten. Yeah, once you get a hug from me, you wake up in my walls. Does anybody else like to be crushed? Bro, I feel you. They call me the Crusher. You'd rehome my mom. Send her to a nursing home. Honestly, I was a high school kid when it was popular in my... Honestly, I was a high school kid when it was popular, in the early 2000s, so my memory on the site was a little hazy. I didn't even use it myself. It was almost like the alternative crowd, like I said, but that didn't stop LiveJournal from having a huge impact on my life, at least for around 6 months in the spring of 2004. A LiveJournal started getting shared around by some of my classmates. We were in sophomore year at high school that I won't name because I still live in that town and I actually value my anonymity. The blog had been found by one student, I'll just call her Kate, who was a big LiveJournal user. She was a real emo chick, into all the bands that people like her were into and dressed like that too, but she's kind of irrelevant to the story for the most part. She found the blog because it started following her, and the title of the blog pointed to our high school. There was a post that caught her eye that she was sure about her. My fursona making an appearance. Is it a big snail dragging its creamy tail around town? I'm waking you up. What do you mean? Go back to sleep. You're actually Jennifer Coolidge, and you're in a dream. The slug sona. It is kind of funny hearing, like my buddy's 9-year-old daughter, like just unprompted, like already making fun of like furries. And I'm like, all right, I think we're off to a good start here. Kunta, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, friend. Thank you, friend. Creamy tail. I would go on Tumblr on the computer in our class while painting. She's gonna be a menace. She is gonna be a menace. She's very like, I don't know. It's like if we go places, she'll be like, "Oh my God, there's so and so. I can't let him see me. He has a crush on me." I'm like, all right, sweet. Let's avoid him. What's up, Zeal? The Big Back Song. I have not heard the Big Back Song. A lot of them are super wealthy tech executives in Silicon Valley Bay. I mean, I guess that would make sense, because then you could go do your fursona stuff or your fur play in secrecy. But I feel like they better have some fucking like spritz machines in there, like some really... I feel like you're gonna need a whole like HVAC technician to get in there and figure out like a fursuit. Because some of that shit, I feel like if it was just like your typical mascot outfit, it'd just be so hot. Are mascots at football games technically furries? They have water cooling now? Holy shit, bro, that's crazy. It's just like, it's like a Tony Stark Iron Man suit in there. Jarvis, jerk it off slowly, please. Jarvis, bring up the video of the red rocket. Thank you. The red rocket launching. Jarvis, choke me till I black out. Jarvis, give me phantom pain. Jarvis, release the chlorine bomb at the convention and convince everyone it was not my fault. There was a post that caught her eye that was sure. You read the chlorine powder attack of the furry kind? Yeah, I read about it on my furry video from like, because Sam did a true crime on it. I think that was a true. Yeah, was it? I think it was a true crime. Yeah. That was like in Maryland or some shit, I think. Would you rather have a creamy slug-like tail protruding out the back or have the legs of a chicken? Bro, you already know. You already know me. There was a post that caught her eye that she was sure was about her. They talked about a girl with her name who was a lame poser, and how she'd hurt herself for attention. Now, if this was true, then Kate didn't seem to mind because she was showing the blog around like some type of badge of honor, proud that she'd attracted a quote-unquote hater. Now, a bunch of us assumed Kate had created the blog to get attention, but we'd soon find out that that wasn't the case. Now, the next post was really caused... Jarvis, clean up my slug trail. Jarvis, save the slug trail in a jar for flavor for later for my pasta, for my family. Have I seen Primitive War? No, what's that about? Yeah, I have my slug suit on every stream. You guys have no idea. This place is fucking creamy. Chelsea Hill, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. I used to work for a Waffle House and had a customer that would tell everyone I was the CEO's daughter. And he just has you working there undercover. Have I seen any movies since last week? Just the K-pop one, K-pop Demon Hunter. Oh yeah, my dogs are out. They're stinking the place up. Can you extract the slug cream and make mayonnaise out of it? Thanks, Jarvis. Sir, again? Jarvis, are you questioning my authority? No, sir. Jarvis, start stroking it. Sir, I can't do more than 5 actions at once. Jarvis, prioritize stroking it. The next post that really caused a stir was the one that claimed Gertrude, a senior girl, not a real name either, I'm just not good with making up names, had gotten an abortion. The baby daddy was Jamal, who was not her boyfriend. Jesus fuck. The baby daddy was Jamal, who was not her boyfriend Dirk. Now this led Dirk and Jamal to having some big fight in the cafeteria, with Gertrude yelling at them not to believe anonymous internet posts and hate blogs. Now the next one accused my favorite teacher, Miss Whitaker, of running over a dog when she was a teenager, and it was just an absolutely bizarre accusation, and nobody wanted to believe that one. Nobody even wanted to mention it, but then this class idiot Blake decided to ask her about the allegedly assaulted dog, Muffy, and it clearly visibly upset Miss Whitaker. Now, a few days later, I had a private homeroom meeting with Miss Whitaker. Dude, I can't keep up. I'm gonna run out of oxygen. Hope you have a good rest of your night. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, see you, Nate. Good to see you, dude. This is literally Gossip Girl, 2003. Bjork, Jamal, and Gertrude. What a bunch of names. And Muffy. Muffy's dead, though, just for continuity's sake. Well, you know, I guess if you hit a dog, you don't always kill it, so it could still be alive. Baby daddy. She a baby daddy. She was a bubby duddy. I gotta go over to my bubby duddy's house. Dirk, Jamal, and Gertrude. Where the hell does this kid go to school? 1956. Yeah, I think this is in Germany. Yeah, you guys gotta like the stream. It will give me more oxygen. I've gotta breathe and read. Breathe reads. Joel breathes. A few days later, I had a private. Oh my god. A few days later, I had a private homeroom meeting with Mrs. Whitaker and asked her about the dog. She told me that Muffy was a dog that had belonged to her friend when they were in senior year many years ago. She told me that the dog had run out in front of her car when she was driving and she had been unable to swerve in time. It had left the dog with just 3 legs, and Mrs. Whitaker's friend blamed her for it for years. And this led to her and I having a heart-to-heart about people judging you, and I talked about an incident that happened during elementary school where my friend Dean had fallen off the jungle gym and everyone said I did it for months, and even called me a murderer despite my friend suffering just a broken arm and not actually dying. And there were a few more live journal posts after that. A few months had passed, and Abby had bulimia, Jack had erectile dysfunction, Rusha cheated on Tess, and then came my turn. And when I saw what the post was saying about me, I was absolutely floored. It asked if everyone remembered the time I pushed Dean off the jungle gym in elementary school and whether they could be safe with an attempted murderer like me around. Now, everyone kind of lost interest in the blog after that because they decided this post was just nonsense and they must have all been nonsense. Now, after all, they had no idea who Dean was or when I'd ever pushed him off a jungle gym. And this is because I'd gone to elementary school not only a total... Dude, what is going on in this story, brother? This better be established in some crazy context. Tarantulas have little toes. Did you ever see, like, tarantulas have, like, a frog that lives in their lair to, like, eat the invasive insects that might go for their eggs and stuff? And then, I don't know, the tarantula just kind of, like, brings the frog with them wherever they go, and it seems to, like, whenever it needs safety, it jumps on the tarantula's back or goes under it to, like, hide and shit, and I'm like, holy shit. And then I think after they have the eggs, they, like, the frog can leave if it wants to or whatever. I don't know. I'm just like, they should make a whole ass symbiotic video game about that. As a high school teacher, this video's thumbnail gave me anxiety. Which video? There was a rumor at school that the girl squirted a bottle of ranch up her cooter. We were in middle school. Jesus, yeah. It sucks because, like, those kinds of rumors, like, they really do stick with you because, I mean, granted, when I squirted it up my ass, like, it was true, but it still, like, makes me look really bad. No, but I remember there was, like, one about a kid in my school who fucked a cat. It wasn't Shane Dawson, but, you know, we knew it wasn't true because, I mean, if you fuck a cat, it's probably dead, right? You know? Like, it's probably not making it out the other end. It's like shoving a hot dog into an electrical socket, but like a soft electrical socket, you know what I mean? And, not that I've tried it, I'm just saying. But, you know, we just went with it. Like, everybody was just like, yeah, he fucked a cat. And then, like, to the point where, like, he was like a super nerd, you know, kind of character. And then girls were like, is it true that you, like, fucked a cat? And I just felt so bad for him because he's like, yeah, I did. Like, just kind of going along with it because he's heard it so many times at that point. Maybe he did. Maybe he went through with it. I don't know. Did you know some deep-sea spiders have their reproductive and vital organs in their feet because the pressure at that depth is so much that it would compact in on themselves? Oh, perfect. Cheese the cat. Oh wait, wasn't that on South Park, the whole getting like cat piss sprayed in their face and getting high? This is because I'd gone to elementary school not only in a totally different area, but in a different country altogether. I spent my elementary school years in Canada and then moved to the States around middle school age. And I literally never even bothered to mention the Dean falling, childish murderer rumor story to anyone because it was so silly and inconsequential. Nobody, that is, of course, except for Mrs. Whitaker. I booked another homeroom meeting with her, during which time there were a couple of more blogs accusing Kelly of being a harlot and Jim being a junkie. No, just real pathetic, childish gossip girl stuff. And it was before the TV show came out, but the books had been around for a couple of years at that point and were popular with some of the girls at my school, so we all thought the Live Journal was some student's attempt to recreate that. But how wrong we were. I didn't tell anyone about my discovery that it was Mrs. Whitaker. She was my favorite teacher. She was sweet, kind, middle-aged... Oops. Sweet, kind, middle-aged... Yeah, there's an actual Gossip Girl reference. Pressure is relative. If you live in high pressure your entire life, example, the blobfish looks like a blob at the surface level, but completely different at its native pressure. Oh. It's like held together. Did you know a woodpecker has to close its eyes when it pecks wood, or its eyes will pop out of it from the force of hitting the tree? Yeah, it's crazy. I genuinely just don't understand how these creatures adapt over such a long period of time. I mean, I don't know. Have we made any like advances in understanding evolution? I mean, I guess we really wouldn't if the theory is that it's like predominantly over like millions of years with the adaptations or mutations or whatever. Like, how would you ever make progress in truly understanding it. I guess maybe if you could see it on the genetic side. Sarah Wentz with the 10, you should do a collaboration with Mr. Ballin. That would be sweet. I guess technically, Twist of History is kind of that thing, But thank you for the 10, Sarah. I appreciate you. Ever heard of Mr. Ballin? I think so. Sounds familiar. She was a sweet, kind, middle-aged drama teacher, and I wanted to know why she was running such a cruel blog about the students. When I asked her, her face went weirdly blank, almost terrifying. It was like something immediately broke inside her when I said, in a very meek voice, that I knew it was her. Miss Whitaker stared past me, and then very dispassionately explained that everything she'd posted about were Miss Whitaker stared past me, and then dispassionately explained that everything she'd posted about were things she'd overheard from different students. I asked her why, and she simply didn't reply. I told her I knew it was her because she was the only person that whole damn school who knew about Dean, and me being accused of pushing him off the jungle gym. She actually laughed sadly at that and said, "Typical." And then she said that if I told anyone that that blog was hers, she would terminate herself, and it would be my fault. I was speechless. An adult, a teacher, my favorite teacher actually, was threatening to self-delete because of their gossip blog. This didn't happen in the real world with actual grown-up people. Except I guess it did, and that's the first time my eyes were open to the fact that adults are just as cruel and petty and vindictive as teenagers. Mrs. Whitaker made that threat and just openly said that I would have blood on my hands. What a horrible and unpleasant thing to put upon a kid. And yet, she did it. What could I do but agree? What are you guys talking about? Frogs? I don't like to body shame, but that frog is disgusting. Which one? Guys, come on. If you're frog phobic in the chat, I'm gonna find your address. Gradual adaptations include specialized skulls, strong neck muscles, feet, and barbed or sticky toes, all of which work together to enable effective pecking without injury source. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fun? Like, how? Like, how did that happen so cohesively? Like, what came first? The specialized skull, the strong neck, the feet, you know what I mean? Like, what the flurp? I guess we'll never know, honestly. So many people want to, like, sit here and pretend like they understand everything. Not you, but I'm just saying ambiguous groups of people that you can imagine in your head as Reddit nerds and, like, I don't know. How do you know? How do you know anything? Like, you can talk about stuff and use words, but how would you ever be able to, like, look back into the past and truly understand it? I know a guy. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's weird. Believe in creation. But even that's, like, insane to me, too. It's like God created everything, and I guess if it was just a sudden boom of whatever, when did that happen? Because, I mean, the Christian concept, or, like, I guess Islamic, what is Islam? How far back do they think creation is? Probably the 7,000 year thing too, right? I guess if it's any Abrahamic religion in general, that makes sense, but for them. But at the same time, like, what are you talking about? Like, that just, I don't know. And then for God to have created, like, every particular variation that just, like, so perfectly works within its, like, little realm, you know? What do I know about the frog? Which frog is it? Pepe? Why create it so complicated? Yeah. And then also, why create the ones that, like, are just, like, genetically fucked up too, you know? Just all sorts of, like, gene expression that results in just sort of like a deformity, and you're like, damn, that's kind of sad. Sarah, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you. Gracias. The trypophobia frog. Trigger warning. Don't trigger warning me. Trigger warnings are for people who don't have trigger discipline. Trypophobia frog. Oh, like it's... Oh, I see. Ew. You didn't warn me. Why didn't you tell me? Little fucking frogs off of his back. Pippa Pig. That is cool though. Just being like a creature and your kids just like grow off your back. Love Let's read Mr. Nightmare collab. That would be neat. I would just read one story. I wonder how much money I'd have to give Mr. There's too many misters. We need more doctors. More sires. Sire scary. What was that one drug they were giving to all the pregnant ladies in the 50s and had some crazy deformities? Oh yeah, what was that? Drug in the 50s. Deformities. Is it Thalamid? Or thalidomide? Thalidomide used by pregnant women in the late 50s, early 60s caused severe birth defects, most notably phocomelia, condition resulting in flipper-like limbs. It was marketed as a safe and effective sedative and anti-nausea medication. Oh my god, dude. God, that would be so rough. There is Sir Spooks. That's a good point. When are you guys gonna start some spooky channel bullshit? We need more. What's even left? Let's look it up. I'm gonna say AI. So I notice some YouTube channels explode, usually hyper-focusing on a niche that specifically has a niche. Such as true scary stories and iceberg videos and creepy posters and true crime, etc. Now my question for you is, are you going to kill all the humans? My question for you is, what's currently trending within the horror space? Remember to say thank you. Oh fuck, it's gonna kill me. Hit like, there you go. Alright, let's see. What's trending right now with horror YouTube space? Analog horror, liminal aesthetics, the backrooms, smart horror over jump scares, AI generated horror content. There you go, guys. Well, that was not helpful at all. One, because analog horror, liminal stuff is kind of dead. Backrooms is dead. Smart horror over jump scares is dead. AI generated horror content, nobody likes that. That's very outdated. All this stuff is outdated. The AI slop wave. What's this? Uketsu, Japan's masked horror storyteller, goes global. What? There's a Japan guy? Japan YouTuber novelist woos global audience with visual accessible horror. Who's this? He wears... How long ago was this? This was this year in January. He wears a black bodysuit and a white mask, speaks in an electronically altered squeaky voice, and makes creepiness his signature mode of art. Uketsu. Okay, let's look up Uketsu. Have you guys heard of... Have you heard of this? You seen this? Back shots in the back rooms. We can only pray. Uketsu. Let's see. 1.76 million subscribers. He hasn't posted in 7 months. This is my voice, actually. Alright, whatever. I've seen enough. YouTube is a launchpad for emerging horror filmmakers. Established narrator still going strong. Dead Meat, Sam and Colby continue to stand out as cinematic paranormal exploration vlogs recently, breaking into feature films. Yada yada yada. I don't know. Anyways, if you guys want to blow up, you just gotta like wait for that trend and jump on it when you can. What's up, Mad Dog? Oh, sorry, you were referring to the video. Senpai. I'll take the pool rooms, please. Set the trend. I guess that's true too. I don't really know. I don't know what else. I'm not much of a trend setter, I suppose. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Ooh, ooh. Mrs. Whitaker made that threat and just openly said that I would have blood on my hands. What a horrible and unpleasant thing to put upon a kid. And yet, she did. What could I do but to agree to it? And I did agree to it, but told her that I would only keep silent if she deleted that blog and never posted anything like that again. She agreed, almost carelessly, like it was no big deal. I'd genuinely never seen such a scarily dispassionate, callous side to an adult before. I didn't have free access to home internet myself, so I wasn't able to check that Mrs. Whitaker stuck to her word until the next day, when everyone was talking about how the live journal had been deleted. Nobody had seen if there had been a final post or any kind of swan song or dramatic goodbye. 1 minute was there, the next minute it was gone. I asked to transfer to a different homeroom teacher, but didn't explain to anyone else why Mrs. Whitaker approved my request, of course, and she left at the end of the school year anyway. Now, to this day, I still have no idea whether or not I did the right thing by keeping Mrs. Whitaker's secret. I'm not sure what would have happened if I'd told people, but it really unsettles me to think about a middle-aged teacher posting things of those... Flavor Flav. Flavor Flav. Used to drink mugwort. What's mugwort? I remember back in the day, I used to drink mugwort for dinner. Guys, my new channel comes out tonight. It's called Let's Bead. Just me making those bead animal keychains from the 2000s. I could actually see that being kind of chill. Just sitting there, like having close-ups of you doing it on like some nice fingers or whatever, and just ASMR sort of vibe. What did that have to do with the art teacher hitting on her boyfriend? Oh, this is a different story. We're past the art teacher one, and this is to the one where a teacher had like a thing called a live journal, which I guess is like Tumblr, but it was just literally to anonymously spread rumors about everyone in the school or something. And it was very strange and weird for a teacher to do. I believe in creation. I don't believe in random explosion creating everything. When have you ever seen an explosion of energy? Example, hurricane or tornado create anything? Yeah, I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, people just immediately like, well, it was slow. It was this and that. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I have no fucking clue, honestly. And honestly, to sit here and like, we gotta be honest with ourselves. Do we know anything about anything? Do you even know what your next meal is going to be? You probably do. But do you even really know 200 years ago what was even occurring? Probably not. I don't know. I think it's fine to come to terms with that, just being like, I have no fucking clue where the creation of everything started, you know? Since most people can't even like figure out how to like save money or like not smoke crack. It's funny that today Christians mock their own system. How ignorant. What do you mean? Miss being 3 and not having existential thoughts. Yeah, I think the trick with kids is to like never tell them any of these existential thoughts, because like once they start, It's like you take away their, like, innocence, you know? Rido Rising with welcome back for 53 months. Thanks for keeping it real. Also, love Twisted Age podcast too. Thanks for all the wonderful sleep stories through the years. You're welcome, friend. That's crazy. 53 months. Good to see you. Thank you for that. I think 56 months is whenever, or is it 60 months? Is when you get the golden butter sock. The Big Bang Theory is a creation event. It was put forth by a priest. The atheist alternative of the day was called the steady state model, and the Big Bang Theory is literary creationism put into... Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Anyways, I need a snack. I wish I had snacks here. Someone deliver me a snack, please. I'm not sure what would have happened if I'd told people, but it deeply unsettles me to think of a middle-aged teacher posting those kinds of things about students. It was pathetic, childish, and completely chilling when you think about it. What possesses a grown woman who is supposed to be responsible for the care and well-being of her students to act in such a cruel manner? I wish I'd met Mrs. Whitaker again later in life so I could have asked her. I tried to twerk my shit. Oh, fuck. Dworking it. Holy shit. Rido Rising with the 50 big ones. Get yourself some din-din on me. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. Thank you for the long-time support and the big dono. Thank you. And Tribble Clef, welcome back for 10 months. I just wanted to get a light message to say hi to my favorite person on the internet. Hello, Tribble Clef. What's poppin', friend? Hello. Hi. Thank you again, Rising. Thank you to all you guys. Thank you guys for supporting me for so long on here. I don't know what the fuck's going on, honestly. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what my existence is. I don't know what yours is. But sometimes I think all we can really do is exist in these nice little moments with one another. And just appreciate that ride, you know? Yeah, I technically am a stripper. Except I'm not taking off my slug tail. I wish I'd met Mrs. Whitaker again later in life so I could ask her. I've tried to find what happened to her occasionally in the subsequent years, but with no luck. I really want to meet her again and just ask her why she did it, and also get her reassurance that she never did anything else like that to anyone else, or even worse. Look what I've done to you. What is that? I need to be doing my nails. Oh. Go do your nails, girlfriend. Girly girl. Bestie. Boopsie. I've really been here for like 4 years and it took me 3 years to figure out what the whole big join button was. Oh, that's funny. It just like isn't like, well, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm happy to just have you guys here. That's what life is, a collection of moments. Yeah. Just gotta go dream up in your mind how to make some cool moments occur. A slug furry be called a slimy, yeah. Don't tell anybody, but I'm part of the slimy community. Stay with us, Joel. I just found you. I honestly think the name sounds very educational. Which name? Joel? 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 Hello everyone, I'm going to be your teacher today. Today we're going to learn about slimies and how the slimy community has made an absolute mess out of every convention they ever gone to. And they end up costing the furry community, one, their reputation, and two, like pretty much thousands of dollars of like dry cleaning. It's ridiculous. Ugh. The scalies. The lizard folk. The lizard folk of Twitter. You know what's so funny? Just like thinking about the internet. Because it's like, There's so many people on the internet that are just like mad all the time, right? They're mad. They're angry. But it's weird to think that a lot of the things that people on the internet tend to be like angry about are all kind of like hyper specific to like a little strange contained worldview that they specifically got from said internet world, right? So the context in which they interpret reality comes from this, contained electronic location. But it's strange because when you exist in those contained electronic locations for so long, you start to think that the outside world is a direct reflection of that place as well, in like a one-to-one nature. But then you get out into the real world and it's like no one gives a shit. You know what I mean? No one cares about Mookley and his latest doings, That's what's so fascinating about the internet, is that it's just so mindlessly pointless. What am I supposed to do when I had deodorant on, but my pits get itchy? I don't want to get the shit under my nails. I guess you could use like a piece of fabric or something to scrooch it. Hater basting. I'm always basting my haters. I like YouTuber called Maker and Maker Gaming both has deep iceberg videos on video games in real life. Deep iceberg videos so deep you might go beyond the deep net. Whoa, help me. I don't know. I used to not watch any of the what are they called? The iceberg videos. And I was like, all right, well, I'll check these out. Some people really blew up. And then you see what the iceberg videos are, and they're literally just like 15 fucking second, like the first 2 paragraphs of like a Wikipedia entry just read about something, So if it's like about conspiracies, or say it's about furries or something, like the slimy community. The slimy community is like a bunch of people dressed as slugs who go to the conventions and get their slime everywhere. They're always at war with the furries. And it would just be something like that. Like, you didn't learn anything. It was just like, if you want to look it up later for a deeper dive, you can do it on your own time. But for some reason, those deep dives, those iceberg videos are like some of the lowest effort shit I think I've ever seen. Which is fine. I mean, that's pretty much all YouTube is, right? Yeah, it's got to have some depth to it. Perlanera, welcome back for almost 2 years, says Perlanera is black pearl in Italian. My middle name is Pearl, and, well, I'm black, so it's funny. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you for almost 2 years. It's crazy. You don't watch iceberg videos, they're dumb. Well, I thought, like, maybe they were cool and I just missed out on it, but then you, like, see that it really doesn't expect much from you. You could even just put like I don't know. It's whatever. And that's honestly what all YouTube is, really. Just try the least amount and you actually do the best. I know, they are literally school presentations. That's awesome. You find some genuine ones? Oh, okay, maybe I'm not looking hard enough, honestly. So I grew up in America, but my dad's family is Russian. My dad grew up in the old Soviet Union with his parents and siblings, and this is a story he and my uncle have told us many times. This happened at their equivalent of middle school, which is called middle school over there. And there was this kid called Constantine, but people uncharitably knew him as Lizard Boy. Constantine had a skin condition that made him scaly and a bit deformed. I've never seen him, obviously, but when I was a kid, I used to watch the Batman animated series, so one of the times when Dad was telling us this story, I asked if Constantine looked like Killer Croc from that. Dad says he looks absolutely nothing like that at all, and that the reality of these types of skin conditions and deformities are a lot more tragic and unusual looking. I never saw Constantine, so I don't know exactly how to describe him, and Dad has too much respect for the kid to go into the details. Whenever I've asked, he just says his skin was scaly and he earned the nickname Lizard Boy. Who called him Lizard Boy, I would ask, and adults in the town. Okay. Like Croc. Like Doc Croc. Dr. Crockington. How much longer am I going to stream? Like for the rest of my life, or like for the... Oh man, we still got a ways to go. I feel like I got another hour in me here. 15 more rounds. So when you have Crusty Sin, you'll be the thing. True. You'll be the crustacean. I'm confusing Doc Ock with Killer Croc. What did they say in this one? Yeah, they said Killer Croc. Okay. Killer Crockington. What's up, lovely T? You gotta try some mushrooms, Joel. It can really help you find the answers to whatever you're looking for. It makes you take a step back in your life and really see. Interesting. What does it help you sort of work through, would you say? And they franchise these restaurants to make more money. It's just a bunch of cogs in the machine, man. I feel that, bro. It's sad. Okay. I'm a veteran, really helped me deal with deployment related. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, you did. Okay, good. That's good. Just kind of like working through it. Yeah, just kind of coming to getting different perspectives on the things that kind of eat one up inside, I suppose. I only see colorful patterns when I eat shrooms and feel really, really happy. Okay. I don't know. I'm just like worried sometimes that my mind will change in a bad way. You know what I mean? Like, what if I end up in a position where I'm just like, fuck it all. How did you break your tailbone on mushrooms? The ones I'm familiar with are very soft and squishy. Just start bouncing on it. My mental health service provider is getting ketamine treatment at the end of the year. Interesting. Isn't ketamine like addictive? Like, is it rude if I block my friend for the night because she keeps just butt dialing me? Nah. Who called him Lizard Boy? Who called him Lizard Boy, I would ask. Adults in the town, mostly violent gopniks and similar. None of the other kids called Constantine Lizard Boy. But one man who did was Boris, this local journalist with delusions of grandeur. Boris is the other important main character in this story, but we'll come to him later. Constantine was the son of a farmer. They lived hard and were dirt poor. If there was any kind of helpful treatment for Constantine in those Soviet Union days, then they didn't have access to it. Instead, he had to work the land in cold, harsh winters and blistering summers, and none of this could have been good for his illness. Now, despite the hard work, early mornings and late nights, Constantine still mostly attended school, and even though his skin deformity prevented him from people being able to speak clearly and coherently, as his lips couldn't form the words properly, he was an amiable and friendly kid who was popular with the others. He was a bit older than my dad by 2 years and was in the same grade as my uncle Vladislav. Constantine was Uncle Vladislav's friend and my dad's friend by proxy. Now, enter Boris. Boris was a former gopnik who somehow became a journalist for the local paper. The local paper was far from reputable and mostly just published garbage. Boris was dating the daughter of a gangster, though, and Boris wanted to be a journalist, so he got to write for the local paper. I don't know how much Dad and Uncle Vladislav really knew about Boris's work on the paper, or whether he did really date a nepo baby gangster. Now, this part seems highly unlikely to me, but that's how they want to tell the story, and it's how I'll tell it too. Boris kept invading school property, and it soon became clear that he was trying to dig up dirt on Constantine. He started interviewing students about the quote-unquote lizard boy, asking if they thought he was some kind of monster, maybe a vampire or the creature from the Black Lagoon. The teachers caught him on school property a number of times and chased him off, but he kept coming back. One day, Boris showed up with a photographer. Imagine how this wouldn't fly in the States today. A tracksuit-wearing newspaper reporter and his idiot henchman with a camera trying to snap a photo of middle school kids. This really upset Constantine and his friends. Of course, Constantine didn't want to be the subject of a newspaper story about his deformity. What kind of cruel man subjects a kid to this? Constantine just wanted to live his life in peace and make the best of his lot in life. Now enter the third main character of this story, Mr. Koslov. Mr. Koslov was one of the chemistry teachers, and he was the subject of many rumors. The main one was that he'd been an illegal, bare-knuckle boxer who served in the Red Army, and this one was most likely true. He was definitely ex-armed forces. We gotta get a picture of the lizard boy. Oh my god. Mr. Coleslaw. EP. Thanks, April. Joel Slaw. Your band. No, I'm just kidding. I am already dissociated all the time. I do not need ketamine to help me separate my mind from my bodily experience. Yeah, I mean, I try not to think about dissociations too much, but there was this weird moment in which, when we were climbing a pond today at the park, that large, that huge 2-story rope-like structure that I mentioned, where like the interweavings of the rope was probably about like 2 feet apart from each other in these like square cross hatchings, and just like so many times I was like, I'm gonna fucking fall through that, or someone's gonna fall through that. I just felt like I had to really be locked in, but there would be just like moments in my attempts to like lock in where I felt almost like disassociative being up there, and I was like, something's gonna happen that's just gonna knock me back to like reality really fast. And then I was like, alright, let's get the fuck off this machine. This sucks. Well, people like coleslaw. I don't know why they also like potato salad and other cold salads. I don't know. Maybe because they're like have fermented vegetables in it and it helps their tummy digest or some shit. I think it has fermented. The cabbage, perhaps. Icebergs Explained by Abysmal Detective A, another YouTuber playlist. 55 videos, also not so bad to listen to the short notice of a rundown of how some towns or states came to be in the USA or other. Yeah, and I guess like if you have like actual good breakdowns of stuff, honestly, I could probably do an iceberg video of sorts that is about the length of typical stories, but actually covers particular things, maybe within a niche. But I'm kind of wondering to myself if maybe my icebergs, the time of the no-sleep iceberg, yeah. I don't know. Like, icebergs are just basically like you're talking about a general subject. So you would have like an iceberg video, in this case on coleslaws, and then you could have 50 different entries into all the different coleslaws or variations of like preparing coleslaw. Presumably your icebergs would go deeper and deeper into like more strange and abstract concepts pertaining to your overarching subject. But coleslaw is probably not. Yeah, it would all be in the same video, yeah. And like it would almost be the way my stories like sort of proceed, where it's like it starts with one, it's like, the tip of the iceberg. You kind of like it all started from like using icebergs to explain how like the internet works. It's like the tip of the iceberg is comprised of all the superficial websites that like 99% of most people frequent, I guess. Well, maybe not even 99% of most people, but like you have Google and, Twitter or whatever, or fucking, I don't know what other websites people go to, Twitch. And then, yeah. And then as you get down below, you get into like the deep web and all those other kind of like the concepts of like government internets or quantum computing. You know what I mean? Just like really weird shit. Yeah, just the tip stuff. You're bored. That's fine. If you want to see a good iceberg, look up the alien icebergs. My favorite are the long skulls that weren't compressed. Oh, yeah. What if the tip is too much? What then? Well, then bite this. Ah, just kidding. The dude abides. He was definitely ex-armed forces. Definitely capable of bare-knuckle What am I doing? Permission to go to sleep, sir." "Permission granted, Private. Get some rest." He was definitely ex-armed forces and definitely a capable bare-knuckle boxer, but whether he fought in illegal underground fights, who could say? Either way, Mr. Koslov was not a man you wanted to make an enemy of, and Mr. Koslov had a protective fatherly instinct towards Konstantin. So when Boris and his cronies would show up on school premises... Oops. So when Boris and his crony would show up on school premises yet again, camera at the ready, Mr. Koslov was waiting for them. He grabbed the camera, not a cheap piece of equipment in the USSR back then, and smashed it on the ground. The cameraman. You see, when you flatten a skull, the brain case volume is the same. These skulls have significantly larger brain volumes. It's like the flattened skulls were trying to artificially emulate them. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So would you say that if you were to flatten out a skull, to elongate a skull on a human, do you think their thinking capacity would be limited in any sort of sense? Because I imagine compressing the brain or creating any sort of high amounts of pressure within the brain during developmental periods of time would limit, your typical development, They have to think the long way, yeah. When you take mushrooms, that's how you think. The long way. Yeah, would it smooth out the rankles? Take an iron to their brain? How many heads can fit on your shoulders? I don't know. Maybe 1.5. 2, maybe 1 2/2. The rumple foreskins. That's your next door neighbors, the rumple foreskins. He grabbed the camera, not a cheap piece of equipment in the USSR back then, and smashed it on the ground. The cameraman fled immediately. Koslov got a hold of Boris, though, and roughed him up so bad he had a bleeding nose and ear. Now, a few days later, rumors were swirling around the school that Koslov had been jumped while walking home from work. Now, sure enough, when he returned to the school the next week, he'd suffered some minor injuries. The students tried asking him about it, including Konstantin himself, but Koslov wouldn't say anything, and snapped at them for asking. Everyone knew that Boris and his cronies were responsible, though. And a few weeks passed, and there were a few more attempts by Boris to photograph Konstantin. Why he was so obsessed with trying to run a newspaper story on a poor, deformed kid is anybody's guess. I, for one, think it takes a deep decay in one's soul to behave like this, but I guess that's what men like Boris are like, decayed and warped. Now one day, Dad says that Uncle Vladislav claims he overheard the teachers talking. Koslov was saying that Boris wasn't protected now, and if he came onto school property again, they were safe to deal with him. When Dad is telling the story alone, he adds that he's not sure if Uncle Vladislav really did overhear this, or if he's just embellished things in the telling. Either way, Boris invaded school property one more time. Koslov and the other teachers were waiting for him. They beat him, quite severely apparently, and Boris vowed to be back and vowed that he would expose this lizard boy. And apparently, they never saw him again. Konstantin and Uncle Vladislav, then eventually my dad, moved on from that middle school and went on to high school. Konstantin and Uncle Vladislav graduated together, and my dad did so 2 years later. Unfortunately, sometime after that, Konstantin passed away to come. Unfortunately, he's dead. Think about how they have their ladies wear rings around their necks and long arms. I mean, the posture is just, but yeah, and what happens after you take it off? Does your head just fall down to the side? You guys talking about nut milk? Collecting nut milk? tea time's leaving. Look what you've done. Unfortunately, sometime after that, Constantine passed away due to complications from other health conditions he had. The poor boy had also had a hole in his heart and incorrectly developed internal organs. Despite his poor, simple upbringing, his funeral was standing room only. And Boris the reporter was not there. Shortly before the whole family left for the United States and a new life, a body was found in a shallow grave outside of town. And according to the report in the very paper that he'd formerly worked for, the body belonged to ex-reporter Boris. The story didn't go into too many details, but it reported that the condition of his remains suggested that his skin had been partially flayed. It could be a total coincidence. He was supposedly the ex-boyfriend of a gangster's daughter, so maybe he pissed off the wrong people, or ran into some trouble of who knows what kind of other criminal or gopnik. But Uncle Vladislav will swear to his dying day that the week after Boris first disappeared, he heard Koslov and the other teachers talking about a job well done, and saying that Constantine wouldn't have to worry anymore. Joel, they made me cry. Guys, no hurting. Almost 200 likes. Guys, click the like button, come on.
Come on, what are you doing? I don't get paid unless you click that fucking button.
Alright. Where are we? Oh shit, I think this might be the last story. Ah, help me, help! Arrest them. Gods, arrest them. Alright guys. This is the last story. I'm gonna go take some magnesium, and when I come back, we're gonna hear about some crazy shit. Thoughts on Encyclopedia Dramatica? I've never seen it. I'm not sure. BRB. I just thought of something. It's called deja vu. It's when you shit your pants for the second time in one day. Where's your peanut butter apple slice? Bro, tell me I could use a snack right now. Do I have to take the magnesium 4 times a day like the directions say, or can I just take it once before bed? 4 times? What's magnesium is telling you 4 times a day? That's wrong. I don't know. I don't know which one you have, to be honest with you. But I just take the shit that I take. I'm out of the Gorilla Dream. I'm back on like the SRT green jigsaw. Oh, the jigsaw one. Yeah, I just take it before bed. But honestly, I'm coming to find that I like the Gorilla Dream shit better just because it has the microdosing of melatonin just to like... Apparently it doesn't interfere with your production of melatonin, but it just like kickstarts it, you know? How was my poop? I wish I pooped. Everyone poops, I guess. Magnesium glycinate, or I don't know. I think it's like a glycinate. Maybe it's a combo of everything. Big back magnesium. Gorilla Dream. Yeah, there's one on Amazon called Gorilla Dream. It's from Jocko. It's from Jocko's Products. You guys know Jocko. He's the guy that wakes up at 4 a.m. and goes to bed 8 hours before, so it's really not that big a deal to wake up at a time whenever you get 8 hours of sleep. And he doesn't negotiate, even though he wakes up at that time all the time and is used to it. Did you know Speed is doing a tour in the U.S.? That's cool. What is the tour? Like, does he perform, or does he literally just go around and stream in those different cities or whatever? Tell him to jump over a fucking... He should do... Honestly, Speed should do what basically be the new Evel Knievel and jump over the Grand Canyon on a motorcycle. Hyperactivity is linked to low magnesium. It's like a flower, but the nice ones all have bees in them. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm on my second week as a financial advisor in training. It is wild. I have so much info coming at me, I'm scared. Well, yeah, it's a complicated process being kind of in charge of everybody else's money, you know what I mean? And if you're not familiar with that realm, it can be tough, but you just got to devote yourself to it and figure it out and kind of probably start to have like interest in like investing outside of what you're doing. You haven't seen him backflip on the God's hand in China? I think I did see that. That was pretty insane. He really is like just an athletic freakazoid and kind of fearless. Like to take the Kobe Bryant video where he pretends to jump over a car and then actually do it twice in a row, resulting in like a brief suspension from YouTube because it was endangering himself. That was like the most epic shit fucking ever. Also, why does Twitch call, like, when someone gets suspended, why do they call it banned? Because anytime you ever see them, like, so-and-so's banned, it's like, it makes it seem like they're gone, but it's like for a fucking day. I'm allergic to bees, but I fucking love them and will die without them. True. We will accept your sacrifice. You get banned from Twitch, but perma-banned. Yeah, it's stupid. A random question. Yeah, the Reddit's always been kind of like inactive in general, and like I get like the bulk of all my stories from email anyways, so I kind of prefer if people just kind of keep it all in one place. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. The Twitch ban system is actually crazy. It is, honestly. It's like they're so inconsistent, you know, the shit that people get banned for versus like comparatively. You get banned for 2 weeks for calling someone fat, and then like some of them will like be like stoked about 9/11. You're just like, all right, can see what side these idiots are on. I was gonna see this dude jump over a car. Was it moving? It was like flying at him pretty fast. Pretty sick. Alright, this is the last story. So I hail from England, somewhere up north that I'll just keep to myself, but this one took place in Yorkshire, at Howstein Gorge. Howstein Gorge. Never heard of it. Anybody from here? That'd be kind of funny if like you had limited time in which you could stream, like the stream could only go for 3 hours, so you had to squeak in as much as you could. That wouldn't be funny at all. That's not interesting. I don't know why I said that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did I have an account in 4chan? I don't think you have accounts on 4chan, do you? Isn't it all anonymous stuff over there? Like you just like type stuff in and then you're just like assigned like a number or something? I have 2 hours of work left. Please keep yapping. Alright, we got this. How to say Howstein Gorge. Generally, they have usernames? Really? I thought 4chan was all like kind of semi-anonymous and you just like signed in for the day and just start posting shit and there's like no limitations or something. Rhymes with green, gorge, like the deep valley, Howstein Gorge. Okay. I'm done. Sorry guys, I missed tweeting. How much would you tweet when you had a Twitter? How much would you tweet if you had a Twitter? How much tweet would a Twitterer tweet if a Twitterer could tweet a tweet? I hail from England, somewhere up north that I'll keep to myself, but this one took place in Yorkshire, at Howstein Gorge, if there's any chance at all that you've been there. Not sure if the Let's Read crew has ever taken a work jolly to the UK. A work jolly? Not ever touched Tweeter. I'd love to meet you if you ever find yourself in NorCal. Hit me up. I'm a Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. There is hope for me. Hope for the future. Not sure if the Let's Read crew has ever taken a work jolly to the UK, but if you ever do, then I highly recommend... Oh my god, I cannot read. Not sure if the Let's Read crew has ever taken a work jolly to the UK, but if you ever do, then I highly recommend Howstein Gorge. As the name might suggest, it's a gorge, a valley. It's made of limestone, and Wikipedia tells me it forms a unit of the Upper Nidderdale Site of Special Scientific Interest, which sounds both special and scientific. It's a tourist attraction, and there's a cave there called the Tom Taylor Cave. This is meant to be named after some highwaymen, and if I'd been paying attention on the school trip, I'm sure that I'd know why it's named after him. I also remember that there's some Narnia-based stuff there too, and a statue of Aslan the lion. They do school trips there, so there's a cafe, an activity center, and all sorts of stuff. It's a great place for wee kids to go, and I was in year 7 when I went with my school. Our geography teacher, Mr. Fisher... Let's can't figure this shit out. Let's clean my underwear. JK, never happening. Can you guys believe that we're only 3 more showers till Christmas? 3 more underwear changes till old Saint Nick is here. Our geography teacher, Mr. Fisher, was the one who led the trip. It was 2012, I think, the good old days. It was just a small group of us, and it was an extracurricular trip that we had to pay to go on, so it was on a Sunday. We'd learned about caves and stuff in geography, and some of us had expressed an interest in the gorge, so Mr. Fisher had arranged the trip, and we were also accompanied by another teacher, a female PE teacher called Mrs. Jones. Mr. Fisher was a no-nonsense lad, a classic big man with a booming voice and a bushy beard. But that day he was acting proper strange, to say the least. Right from the start of the day, kids were whispering and nudging each other because Mr. Fisher kept jumping, like he was receiving a smiled. Proper jump. Proper jump. Ugh. If I came as a vampire in this stream, would you y'all support me or run out of town with the pitchforks? Oh, you'd be gone, bro. You'd be donezo. You'd be turned into ash by sunrise. Because we'd hold you down. We'd hold you down, tickle you till you shit blood, and then the sun would come up because you'd be having such a good time. What state am I in? I'm in Pennsylvania. Right from the start of the day, kids were whispering and nudging each other because Mr. Fisher kept jumping, like he was receiving a mild fright or electric shock whenever anyone spoke to him, or later even looked at him. Even as wee little shites, we were observant enough to notice it. Fisher was properly sketched out about, well, anyone and everyone. We'd be wandering around the gorge, looking at rocks and streams and stuff, and if another visitor came along, Fisher would act all weird and strange. It was like he thought everyone we encountered was some kind of wrong'un who was there to snatch us kids away. Now, it's normal for a teacher to be a bit overprotective, but this wasn't normal at all. He'd even act like we could keep him. He'd even act like we should just keep away from this group of other kids that we saw at one point from another. I can't read. I don't want to read. I don't want to read. Would you guys listen? If I took you guys to a basketball court and you just listened to me try to shoot free throws for like 4 hours, would you listen to that? But it's no video, it's just audio. No. Monkey music time? What's that supposed to mean? Any sardine connoisseurs in the house? You know, I've not had one. All the sneaker squeaks. I'm gonna shoot my shot. Here it goes. This one's a 2-pointer. Oh, fuck, I just made a long range from downtown. Whoa. Swish. Layup. Those ones are always silly. I would curse after every shot. Fuck. I just missed. I hope I don't miss this next one. Dad's gonna be pissed. Speed's actually going to there on his tour. Oh my god, we gotta look this up. Where is I Show Speed touring in Pennsylvania? We've gotta see I Show Speed! I gotta see him! Oh my god. Let's see. He is tour format, a 35-day non-stop live stream across 25 U.S. states, broadcast 24/7 on YouTube and partly on Twitch. Pennsylvania included. Pennsylvania is listed among the confirmed states, however, no specific city, date, or time for Pennsylvania stop. Oh, okay, so he's just kind of going wherever the fuck and see where the world, probably Philadelphia, I imagine. I can almost bet you $1 million trillion he'll go to Philly. Unless he goes to Gettysburg. I could see him going to Gettysburg to see ghosts or something and then just being like, man, this is boring. Man, there ain't no ghosts here, man. Fuck. Man. And then he jumps over he should jump over a cannonball. Like somebody shoots a cannon at him and he has to jump over the cannonball quickly. Oh, you live in Gettysburg? Nice, dude. I remember going there in school. Do I own any Speedos? Just the ones you've purchased. Alright, right from the start, the dude was whispering and nudging shit. Oh. It's normal for a teacher to be a bit overprotective, but this wasn't normal at all. He'd even act like we should keep away from this group of other kids we saw at one point from another school. Just very strange. We'd been split into two groups and Mrs. Jones had the other group. I was in Fisher's group and me and a couple of mates appointed ourselves as Fisher's guardians, I guess. We were weird little spots, but what can I say? So we were patrolling around play acting like we were protecting our teacher from this imaginary threat, and it was kind of silly and fun. Fisher clearly picked up on it because he took us three aside while the class was collecting rock samples from that gorge or something, and we couldn't tell if he was having a laugh or not, but he thanked us for being diligent and said he appreciated our efforts. Of course, this made us feel right smug, so we probably didn't question it as much as we should have when Fisher said the next thing. There was this kid on the trip, we'll just call him Jason, and he was, well, actually, there's not really anything interesting to say about Jason. He was just a completely normal lad, not one of our friends, but not any kind of villain or school bully or really anything. But Fisher asked us to keep an eye on Jason, because he was, quote, up to something. One of us asked Fisher what he meant, and he looked very serious and grave, and he said that he couldn't tell us, but they had sent Jason on the trip. He then started ranting about them for a bit and even pointed out some old granddad up on the cliff path who Fisher claimed was a lookout for them. Then he said the word that... Oh, this guy's on meth. We already know, dude. We already know. Methed out, baby. Yeah. Honestly, I guess life would be kind of boring if there weren't a couple of meth heads hanging about. I'm very much hinged. Unhinged and hinged. Me? I'm hinged. I'm obsessed with rocks like you have no idea, for real. Babes, you have not mentioned rocks one time since coming in here. I think you're full of lies and deceit pertaining to your obsession with geology. You like blue rocks, the translucent kind? I really did always have like a dream of one day purchasing some degree of fossil. Sad to think that all the fossil stores that existed around me in the past are kind of a thing of ancient history, just like the fossils themselves. I see Justin's new stripper name. Let's hear it. Well, tell us, Justin, what's your stripper name? What is it? Don't hide. I worked with this lady who was a stripper. Her name was Nikki Fontana. It's just too good. Did I need to be a stripper? What are you doing if you sit on the rocks and they serve you drinks on garden rocks? Or they stone you to death? On the rocks, please. And they just throw a big old rock right at your drink and shatter the glass. I am not. It's actually an issue in my life. Wait. Oh, being a liar? Or like a deceitful liar? Is that what is the issue, or your obsession with rocks? And then he said the word that would come to hang over our whole school trip to... What the fuck is this saying? Then he said the word that would come to hang over our whole school trip to the Halstein Gorge. Fisher told us that he was a victim of gang stalking. Of course, we never heard of this before, back in 2012 as youngins, but Fisher had. He told us that as his trusted lieutenants, it was okay for him to tell us. But for a while now, he'd been the victim of gang stalkers, an organized group of people who targeted and stalked individuals for unknown reasons. Of course, being stupid, I asked what those unknown reasons were, and Fisher did his usual thing of heartily and jovially mocking one of us for being dumb, which I guess is kind of why we didn't take anything too seriously. He was probably joking about this gang stalking malarkey, and we'd never heard the term before, so of course, how were we supposed to know that this was a growing conspiracy theory? Now, of course, these days I've done a hell of a lot of research into gang stalking, persecuted individuals, and things like that, and you understand why I wanted to grasp what happened that day when I tell you. Now, back then, though, we just thought that Fisher was having a bit of fun with us, and oh boy, were we clueless idiots, let me tell you. We had a packed itinerary for that day. Halstein Gorge. Did I say George earlier? If I said George, I'm going to be so mad at myself. I'm going to beat myself with a big stick. Guys, I need you guys to know something. You changing your profile pictures to something else and or usernames is like me having a dad who's had a mustache his whole life. Sorry. And he comes home shaved and shorn. So if you could just have some general respect for my object permanence and just never change your PFPs, that would be so nice for me. It hurts. It's scary too. The pigtails have been old. The piglet tails. That'd be kind of funny to have pigtails, but it's like actually curled up, kind of like a little pig. You guys are gonna gang stalk me. You're gonna gang my stock. Who's up Jack and they beanstalk? Joel, do you have a huge screen where you can see PFPs clearly, or are we just little smudges? You kind of are just like little smudges, but those little smudges do take on a life of their own, and they help me to associate some degree of like personal connection to your personalities and the things that you type, as well as your usernames. It's the closest thing I can feel to being a human during these 4 hours that I entertain all of you. ADHD haver? That's a slur. And yes, I do. I contracted ADHD from some sort of lot lizard whenever I used to be a trucker. What's your personality? Needy and innocent. So basically like a child, I guess? I don't know. Do I have a profile picture? I wear twin braids. I don't think you're seeing a picture of me here. Yeah, you need a profile picture. You better get on it before I start creating long-form associations. We had a packed itinerary for that day. Halstein Gorge has this activity center and canoeing and a whole bunch of other stuff that I won't list in case this ends up reading like a stealth ad for the place. I don't work there, I promise. I just had the scariest time of my life there, though. Now anyways, Mrs. Jones's group were doing stuff at the activity group, so they meant... Stalked by a gang. They tried to kill me in the rain, tried to lay me down, so I ducked and ran away. What? What happened? Crying and shaking, seeing the non-existent chin. Wait, whose chin is not... I'm talking about Leafy is here. Alright, anyways, Mrs. Jones' group were doing stuff at the activity center, so that meant Mr. Fisher's group was doing the tour through Tom Cruise Cave. Oh, it's corpse lyrics. They tried to kill me in the rain. Tried to lay me down, so I ducked and ran away. Is that like, I don't get it. They tried to kill me in the rain, tried to lay me down, so I ducked and ran away. For some reason I thought there was like a metaphor there, but it just sounds like it's a series of actions. I changed mine from real name because I started participating and it still sounds my name though. Here's a hint. It's I moan backwards. Oh. Anyways, Mrs. Jones' group were doing stuff at the activity center, so that meant Mr. Fisher's group was doing the tour through Tom Taylor Cave. I say tour because that's what we were promised when we paid for the school trip. When we arrived at the cave, though, Mr. Fisher announced that we wouldn't be waiting for the tour guide and he'd take us in and show us around. Fisher was still acting dead weird, though, and me and my mates thought that that was great, until we didn't. He kept pulling us aside, whispering to keep an eye on this or that member of the public who we passed. Now at first, again, it seemed like our teacher was having some harmless fun. You're not meant to suspect that the adult in charge of you is unfit to look after you. And then, he started saying some really violent, disturbing stuff. He pointed Jason out again and said that if we saw him acting up, we were authorized to use deadly force. Now we laughed this off, but he got really serious and told us that he hadn't wanted to scare us, but he noticed that at least one of us was a targeted individual. Does this hurt your ears when I do this, guys? Does it feel good? Okay. Doesn't sound good. It feels funny more. Does this feel funny? Does that feel funny? Corpse was gang stopped once I remember correctly. Like in a schizophrenic way, or I mean I imagine he was, because like everybody was like the whole appeal or whatever of like the faceless thing, and he was like massive. I mean he had a picture in Times Square or whatever, Manhattan or something, and so I imagine everyone was doing everything they possibly could to find him. Joel, it doesn't, and I really appreciate that you whisper scream instead of scream with full force with some of the other streamers. Joel cares about our eardrums. We appreciate he doesn't scream. Stop, though. Come on, it doesn't... I don't know, it feels really good in my throat. It's like a deep vibration. I'm like, it's gotta translate well to sound, right? It doesn't. Imagine if you lost half your viewers for that. It's fine, guys. Nobody wants to hang out with me anyways. Mainly because I've just ran out of shit to say. I got nothing good to say anymore. The only good times people even care is if I get mad about something, have a bit of a crash out. If I crash my car. We laughed this off, but he got really serious and told us that he hadn't wanted to scare us. We noticed that at least one of us was a targeted individual too, and that we needed to be vigilant. He said that as our teacher, he was giving us permission to respond with reasonable violence, and that if we had to go on the run after this, he'd make sure to protect us. It was all a bit intense and scary from that point, and even as young kids, we were mature enough to realize that this was very wrong and shouldn't be happening. We discussed it amongst ourselves. Is Fisher really a mental case? Is this a joke we're not understanding, etc.? One of the guys was adamant that it was all a big prank, but we shut him down pretty quickly. There was no way that our teacher would take things remotely this far. If he'd been telling us that we could stop Jason's... Oh. I watched you since I was a kid. It's been at least 8 years. Happy you're still here. Thanks, Ezo. That's crazy. 8 years. That is insanity. Those lyrics are from Daywalker with MGK featuring Corpsey. Corpse Husbando.
Hola, I am Corpse Husbando, and I will now read you to sleep. All of my favorite e-girls have just signed on all at one time. I can't wait to individually let them know that I love them.
Joe, if you look, you'll see I'm not a rock tease. What, did you post a rock video? Let's take a peek. Oh, rock stash. Nice, dude. Holy shit. Those are massive. Those are fucking huge, bro. What the fuck? Do you go into caves to collect this shit? Do you go caving? This is bonkers. What? That's a fuck. This looks like you sell this shit. They look like they're from the bottom of the ocean. Holy crap. Looks like you stole all those from like the Smithsonian. That's fucking cool though. Oh my god, there's more? This is too many rocks. You just have them like around as like just like a hoarder of rocks? It's kind of amazing. You should do art with them or something. So if you just see a cool rock, you collect it. But these seem like you like have to actively go out of your way to get them. Most of these look like they're from the Great Barrier Reef. Like they should not have been touched. I could imagine a lot of these in like a fish tank. Yeah, if you want to see some sick-ass rocks, go to Babes. I can just link the video. Can I link the video, Babes, or do you give me permission? Would you like another stalker? Sorry. No, it's not like that. Okay, I won't do it. Sure, okay, yeah. There it is. There's the rock videos. It's pretty crazy. I've literally never seen a collection like that before. Usually people have like maybe a couple. From the depths of the Mariana Trench. What's up, Jade? How goes it? Bouldering. Literally bouldering. Collecting all of them. I remember there used to be these little rock people that would kill homeless people and like shove their bodies into like tree nooks. Do you guys remember that? That must have been where Babes got the idea to start collecting them. There was no way our teacher would take things remotely this far. He'd been telling us that we could stomp Jason's face in, for God's sakes. Anyway, Fisher took the discussion away from us eventually by acting so mental that even the most skeptical among us were forced to take it seriously. We were following him through the cave system. He'd basically given up actually teaching the class at this point, and we were all following in just confused silence. Jason had no idea that Fisher even suspected him of being a gang stalker or whatever, and he seemed to be having a good time with his pals. Why wouldn't he be? He was an 11-year-old kid just like the rest of us. Thankfully, it wasn't Jason that eventually triggered Fisher into action. Honestly, if it had been, I'm not convinced that things would have been okay. Not that the day really...
Rock people.
Oh, no. I was just referencing that one story I read on a 4chan episode. It was just like the funniest thing. It was like this episode where the person lived in the woods, like kind of near some like little rock people that were small, and they would move when you like weren't looking, right? And they would take care of the forest and whatever, and they seemed to be relatively peaceful. But then like one day a homeless guy, or just some sort of vagrant, appeared, and a nomadic character, and he chopped trees down to make some sort of structure, and then in the middle of the night the little rock creatures like killed him and then stuffed his body into a tree nook. And the way the story was told, it was just like so casual that like the sheriff showed up and like, hey, we got reports of a dead body shoved into like a tree nook. You know anything about this? And they're like, not that I know of, officer. Sorry. And he's like, oh, okay, that's fine. They're homeless, so like no one really cares. So just curious. Anyways, those rocks. Did you see those rocks move? They're just round rocks in his garden. They move all the time, and the guy was confused until they killed a guy. Yeah, it was just like 0 to 100, like so fast, but like didn't match the energy of what just occurred. I don't know what episode it is. If you can find that one, that's probably one of my favorite stories. Those 4chan stories were bonkers, bro. That's where I got this like emoji, the bulldozer emoji or whatever it is. Was it bulldozer? No, it's just like a squisher. Because like the guy like operated a squishing machine, and then like some kid, yeah, the road roller, like the steamroller, yeah, the kid got ran over because he ran out in front of it, and then he just steamrolled the kid into the asphalt, and then like everybody was like, hey, have you seen a kid around here? We're looking for him. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just like the kid's body is just like forever entombed into the road. I was like, what the fuck? Or do you remember that one? It was like, it was so insane. The person was like addicted to drugs or something, and so he snuck into the person's house, right, to steal money. A little girl starts screaming because she comes into the house, so the drug addict in the story chokes the little girl to death and then just like leaves the house and like never gets in trouble for it. I'm just like, what the fuck? I had to change the story like in the actual official edit because it was just like so fucking insane. But I don't know. Obviously most of those 4chan stories are probably just batshit and crazy made up stuff, but it's just, I don't know. I'm just like thinking to myself, like, who fucking writes this stuff? Oh my gosh, yeah. Not that they were really okay anyway, but at least he didn't curb stomp a kid or anything. What he did instead was spot a woman in the caves who was wearing sunglasses. She was up ahead, and for some reason she had dark glasses on in the caves. We think looking back that she was probably nearsighted or had some kind of light sensitivity condition, or maybe she just had those glasses that react to light and the floodlights in the caves cause them to tint over. Now either way, Fisher stopped the entire group and told us all to crowd into this alcove that we were near.
But shit. Son of a bitch.
I wonder if there were like serious drug addicts back in the year 1875. I guess there were alcoholics. But what drugs were, let's see. In the year 1875, who were the drug addicts? All for a couple of measly bucks. Opium and morphine, smoked, drunk, and tinctures or eaten, was widely in both Western and Eastern societies. In Britain and U.S., it was often consumed as laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol. Oh my god, that actually sounds delicious. Oh, that's what lean is, bro. Are you guys familiar with lean? It's literally just like fucking opiates in like a drink, and then they put the shit in there that makes it so, I think it's the promethazine. They put the promethazine in there so you don't get nauseous while you're just literally consuming opiates, because you get really nauseous from consuming opiates. And I think there's alcohol in there too. Sold over the counter for everything from pain to sleeplessness, morphine, alcohol, okay, cocaine, cocaine, chlorohydrate and other sedatives, okay. Were there drug addicts in 1875? Middle and upper class women in Victorian Britain and the U.S. often developed laudanum dependence, as it was socially acceptable, prescribed literally for nerves, menstrual pain, and sleeplessness. Jesus, dude. That's what I'm saying. They gave like whatever the fuck ever back then. Can you imagine what you're like taking right now that's like fucking you up? I really wouldn't be surprised, like just taking Tylenol consistently throughout like your life, they just come to find is like the most hepatotoxic fucking shit you could ever consume. Apothecary. That's why you gotta use all natural things. All the natural things, man. Consume the herb, and that's all you need. Never just chomp on a raw egg shell and all. You know, I never tried it. I'd be curious, though. I don't think it exploding in my mouth would feel great. Do you remember the story about the guy who murdered guys in his homemade submarine? Homemade submarine? No. Did he go down in the submarine with somebody and kill somebody? Or was it like the Titan fucking submarine where it imploded? Lysol was initially marketed as a douche solution for women. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be great for the pH levels of the vagina. I don't know. It makes you wonder other shit too. Just like, what have we not quite figured out that we're just kind of like feeding down people's throats? I mean, definitely, there's like 100%, like 1.5 million that Ozempic, you're gonna see commercials for Ozempic in like 15 to 20 years being like, are you a victim of Ozempic? Did you or a loved one ever jump off the Golden Gate Bridge because your entire motility has just come to a screeching halt? And all of your serotonin receptors in your tummy have just gone haywire? I know it's hurting people, they just don't care. I mean, that makes sense. Like, if you could, I mean, that's the weirdest thing, like why people trust pharmaceutical companies at all at this point. It's like this weird sort of like religion, like the fact that pharmaceutical companies have become part of that sort of like left-right divide of religiously trusting them to the extent that it's like idiotic, or I don't know, just like vehemently hating them. It's like such a strange thing, because you would presume it's all for profit. They don't want people to get better. Neither do I, dude. I want you to keep coming back and back and back and back. Well, that's why I never really, I mean, we already talked about the opiate crisis. It's like people don't really seem to like hold any sort of ill will towards any of these pharmaceutical companies related to what they've done with like opiates. It's kind of fucking strange. Either way, Fisher stopped the entire group and told us all to crowd into this alcove we were near. It's the one with the plaque that talks about mining, I think, and if you've been there... Babes, thank you for the 5 gifters. Welcome to Naomi, Alex Leith, Heavy Metal Crone, Amy Madison, and Nakoko. Welcome, friends. Be sure to thank Babes for the kind donation. Aren't douches still kind of unsafe still? You're just supposed to date douches, that's all. If you use them to clean your vagina, that's when things get wild. Full-grown pizza. Either way, Fisher stopped the entire group and told us all to crowd into this alcove we were near. It's the one with the plaque that talks about mining, I think, if you've ever been there. So the whole group was crowded into the small alcove deep in a cave, and Fisher came over to me and the boys and said something like, "Hey lads, look at her. She's one of them." He explained that you could tell because she was wearing dark glasses indoors, and I remember getting really hung up on that. Like, does being in a cave count as indoors or outdoors? Still never decided on the actual answer. That's not the point, though. The point is that Fisher told us the woman was watching us. Next, he said she radioed up to the surface to alert helicopters so they could track us when we emerged. It was... He was absolutely adamant that she was some kind of agent of this gang stalking, and the poor old dear's sunglasses were the clue. He also pointed out that it was super suspicious that she had some kind of rain poncho thing covering her hair. Why this was suspicious, I don't really know, but Fisher seemed to think it was. Of course, it was just because she probably had a perm or something. She was an old lady, and we were in a damp, dank cave with water dripping from the ceiling. A bunch of people... The background voice sounds like it's saying my name and it's making me think I'm having auditory hallucinations. Yeah, there is no background sounds. I don't know what you mean. They gutted natural remedies and replaced it with the Cancer Foundation and started giving people petroleum to cure cancer, but instead it caused it tenfold. Yeah, what do you think about, like, Aquifer? Do you think Aquifer, since it's, like, basically petroleum jelly, is, like, bad and stuff? Not good. Not good, folks. Not good. Really not good. Everything you do and use is not good and bad. In fact, it stinks. It's smelly and yuck. Oh, geez, Rick. Oh, man. We're all gonna die, aren't we? Diet soda's the only thing that's good for you. You're gonna want to have a Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. It's delicious. They reinvigorated the formula so it tastes more like the original. None of that synthetic finish and aftertaste that you get with the normal crap. Don't try to deny it. It's delicious. It goes great with pizza. 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 Pizza pie. I can't do his voice. I fucking suck at it. Background noise. He's talking about saying his name, referring to the squishy dog, Pusha, whatever the dude that... No, I know. I was just joking. All right. I loaf Aquifer. It's freaking sick, dude. Gets the job. It just like heals almost everything like overnight. And keeps you nice and moisturized. The more you research Rockefeller medicine and FDA, you become a real-life conspiracy theorist, but the correct term is informed thinker. Exactly. Don't let them convince you. I really do dislike that there's just like words that we use to completely halt conversation. If you say any sort of like deviation in like a narrative of the world or whatever it is, someone just always has one word that they can say to you, and then that just shuts down any further discussion or whatever, and it's just like, I don't know, it's such a cop-out, bro. Christy, you're a conspiracy theorist. Like Boombaclaw, yeah. It's like I'm like guys, there's a leprechaun running around in town. It wants to suck our blood, and everybody's like, bomba clat, bomba clat. It's like, shut up. Stop laughing at me. I'm fucking serious, fellas. There is a leprechaun, and it's in the trees. Ross clat. A bunch of people had head coverings, but Fisher decided this older lady was the root of all evil, with plans to snatch up the kids in his care to frame him or something. He was just going absolutely off on one of these gang stalkers and then pleading with us to support his innocence if anything went wrong. We were just kind of taken aback because things had gone from one to crazy in a matter of seconds. I guess Fisher could tell we were unsure because he suddenly got pretty angry at us and stormed off towards the lady. We all gave each other a look and our hearts sank. What was he going to do? Well, it turns out he grabbed her and started shaking her. Now we got closer and could hear him asking about her people on the surface and what her plans were. The old lady looked completely horrified and terrified, and to this day I'm convinced she genuinely thought that she'd done something wrong and Fisher was the law and she was in a lot of trouble. And then a bloke came over who clearly overheard everything and realized Fisher was losing it. He told him to let go of the lady. I don't think they knew each other or anything, but he was just sort of a good Samaritan, and to step away or he'd call the cops. Fisher started laughing at this, saying he wanted him to call the cops because there was no way the gang stalkers would reveal themselves. When Fisher said the word gang stalkers, maybe it was my imagination, but I think the guy he knew he was talking about because... Whoops. Gang stalkers. Gang stalkers. Gang stalkers. Gang stalkers. Stalkers. Gang stalkers. I can't really roll my R's. Gang stalkers. Is a gang stalker a real thing? Seriously, I feel so dumb. The concept of gang stalkers is usually related to like people who are having like a mental breakdown or schizophrenic, where they're kind of like hallucinating that they're being stalked by a gang of people, you know? It's basically like you've taken too much Adderall or meth or some derivative, and now your brain just can't like think anything outside of just like constant paranoid delusions, you know what I mean? Gangbusters. Gangbusters. It's a real thing. It's real though. I mean, it's real in the mental. Sonomi's having gang stalkers outside of her house right now. What about gang strokers? Yeah, like people who just all like take turns straight up jorking you. Schizo story from Saturn Solis Peak. Yeah, which one was that? I feel like I lose track. Guys, have you subscribed to Saturn Soul yet? I think gang stalkers absolutely exist, but many reported cases are just mental illness. Yeah, but I mean, like, what would... I don't know, like, you're talking about gang stalkers like it's a creature or something like that, but if it's literally like a group of fucking weirdos, like, hunting somebody down... The government started Jane stalking with MK Ultra. Jane stalking? Like stalking up Janes with MK Ultra in the past to see if they could actually drive normal people crazy. Is it supposed to rain? Nobody believes in the third being followed by a group? What? Are those activation phrases? What is that? Is it supposed to rain? Is it supposed to rain? Is it supposed to rain? The gang's coming. The gangs are here. Gang Stalkers is real. It's a program the government used to discredit people who tell the truth. It's a government watch list that employs people to target you. MK Ultra, and they do terrorize people. You're saying all of you guys are my gang stalkers, and everybody, all of my close loved ones, and everybody that lives around me are gang stalkers. Do you think they built an entire neighborhood near me specifically to watch every one of my actions? Because I believe you. Maybe they're just gangs and they just stalking around. You live in my cornfield. Stay out of there. You're gonna get a tick. Justin's my mom. Goon stalkers. We watch and track my gooning schedule. Yeah. Every time you see my bedroom light, jot it down as one additional splooge. Why'd I take that video down? It was supposed to come up as a bonus content video, and I fucked it up and scheduled it as a normal video. I'm sorry about that. It will be up Saturday as a bonus content, I promise. Am I a fan of One Punch? I've watched like 4 episodes of One Punch. It was pretty good, but I just, kind of lost interest, I guess. Yeah, I was like nervous too. I'm like, fuck, am I gonna get like, the next time a video comes out, less people are gonna watch it because, I don't know. Are the gang stalkers gonna get me because I took it down? Yeah, it was just a teaser, just a taste. I was shaking and shitting, bro. I don't know. I was like stressed about a lot of like random stuff at that moment, and that was just like me being like, no, because I got a text where someone's like, wow, I can't believe you uploaded that video as like a normal upload, and I'm like, no, that's not what I meant to do. Slang walkers. All right. When Fisher said the word gang stalkers, maybe it's my imagination, but I think the guy knew what he was talking about because he suddenly got a bit more sympathetic and gentle with Mr. Fisher. Looking back now, I guess he watched one of those documentary series about persecuted individuals and recognized the pattern of behavior in Fisher, which of course we didn't see as little kids. So the guy was suddenly acting all kid gloves, trying to gently guide Fisher away from the older lady and back towards us. Then he looked at us, realized we were an entire school trip, and must have suddenly realized how effed up it was that this teacher, having some kind of mental breakdown about gang stalking, was in charge of a whole group of kids. And that's when this fella made his big mistake. He told Fisher he was going to guide us kids back to the surface and that he'd sort everything out. Of course, you see where Mr. Fisher's mind went, right? This guy who'd come along, he was a gang stalker too, and now he was going to mask off to take his kids away from him. So in his head, Fisher was trying to be a hero when he did what he did next, and I'll argue that to this day. Fisher grabbed the guy and slammed him against the railing in the cave. Then when he crumbled to the walkway, he began kicking and stomping on him, and it was one of the most bloody, horrible things I'd ever seen. Even though I don't think Fisher did any real damage to the guy overall, it was just the feeling of helplessness that us kids had. Some of the girls were screaming and crying. I'm sure some of the guys were too, and immediately we were bold, tough 11-year-old. We weren't. The government is the root cause of all bad things. True dat, bro. True dat. This is so random, but hearing you talk normally and not saying stories makes me so surprised. I know it's like seeing a celebrity IRL. Here I am. You've caught me. Caught me at my favorite dining location. My house. What's up, Fedora? How you doing? Blue meat is so disturbing to think of. Is that like rotten meat? Or is it... what, raw? Like, what are you talking about? Show us your real voice. The government used drugs they seized and guns from Mexican and Mid-East weapons confiscated to put in urban cities and study how poverty and crime imploded strong black communities. I believe it, man. I mean, fucking distributing like crack and stuff into the communities, basically not in... because a lot of the issues in the communities is there's just no investment, right? But then on top of that, you introduce like low income, and you introduce the drugs, so then gang, culture kind of pops up from the drugs, trying to protect those territories and make sales based around that. And then on top of that, I'm sure gang related hip hop music sort of perpetuates that culture to an extent as well. And then there's sort of a like strong financial incentivization within the government apparatus to like for mothers to remain single, therefore not picking good partners who may or may not abandon their families. And then you get like, no father homes, which, fractures the family unit in and of itself and creates even more of like a basically a dysfunctional sort of sub-society and of sorts, and there's just a myriad of like issues that start to like kind of compound upon each other that in many ways most likely are probably exacerbated by government incentives and all of those programs. And I'd love to fix it, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Loss prevention people in regular clothes and following sus people. The economy trap. Yeah, dude. I remember a friend of mine, did some PhD studies until this was back in like 2016, and it was basically just saying like there's this, single mother of two in like Baltimore County where she lived. It was like if you were a single mother of two, you got like 60 to 70K in like government subsidies or whatever. So it's like, it kind of just like financially incentivizes like single motherhood, financially incentivizes basically nobody trying to, because you kind of like stuck in that in-between zone, because like where the fuck are you going to get a job that's giving you like 60 to 70K in, government assistance? So it almost like incentivizes you never to work, never to get like any sort of upward mobility, never to like purchase properties or create investments or like invest in your own community. And it just kind of like, I don't know, creates like an endless like cycle of just reliance upon a system that truly doesn't give a shit if you ever succeed, and in many ways would rather everybody not succeed because it interferes with the centralization of power and resources. If you're a single mother of two, right, it's creating a MILF culture, single mother of two. While locking up men in communities with bogus disproportionate charges for crack first could destroy the growth of families and cities. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, bro. Bigger than an entire income. I got married and better job and boom, I owed the government. Right, I mean, you can control a lot of dictation of people's lives through their financial incentives. The government allowing people to take out enormous loans during COVID and send them to prison for years. Oh wait, what was the... Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that. What happened with that? I know a lot of like, was it those PPE loans or something like that? A lot of people in Congress didn't have to like pay any of those back or something strange. What's up, W? Immediately, we weren't bold, tough 11-year-olds anymore. We were little kids trapped underground in a cave with a man we were supposed to trust, who was beating the ever-living hell out of a stranger. Thankfully, the cave had a whole bunch of visitors that day, and people piled in to pull Fisher off the guy almost immediately. Like I said, I don't think any real damage was caused, and I know Fisher, somewhere in his addled mind, thought that he was saving us. And the next part of the day was understandably chaos. Us kids were just left stranded there while some members of the public, and I think an employee or two of the site, frog-marched our teacher away somewhere or another. And then some very kind Samaritans took the rest of us back out of the caves and tried to corral us into some degree of calm while asking the more sensible kids among us where our other teachers were. Ironically, it was Jason who ended up guiding someone to Mrs. Jones's group. Except at this point, we were discovered that we were out in the middle of the damn lake, canoeing, or they were discovered. Flipped upside down, being chased by sharks. Do I agree with Trump's decision to get rid of programs? I have no idea. I would have to see like the numbers and just like how things pan out, because that's the unfortunate thing about governance, is that a lot of the times it's just like so sweeping, especially economically, that it kind of just comes off as like black and white whenever, obviously in finance, you kind of have to like at least see an equation before you can make a decision, and kind of like not base it off of emotion, if that makes sense. But I have no idea the specifics on that. Why do we pay taxes just for working? I don't know, man. Especially if like a lot of your tax money is just reallocated to places that you don't really want them being reallocated to the extent that sometimes I'm just like, there's so much people's tax dollars and future tax dollars just being sent to so many various projects all over the world that they just make no fucking sense. It just seems like momentary like money laundering, right? To the extent that I'm just like, are taxes just there to like keep people like, I don't know, keep the economy from imploding upon itself based on how much like slush funds are just being thrown around everywhere? I have no idea. Jizzlage Maxwell. Even people I know IRL did that and collecting unemployment illegally and pay for Israel's healthcare. I heard about that, yeah. Shit's fucking scary, man. I don't get it, man. It's weird, like, not really having a government of your own, you know? Where you can't, like, just the idea of, like, just to the extent that the blob controls everything and that it's all just so entirely corrupt, and then for some reason we still think some sort of, like, two-party system is going to, like, save us. It's, like, very clear that, like, both sides are controlled. Or at least very easily controlled. I mean, all you need to do is threaten people or, like, blackmail them or whatever the fuck. And I feel like that's only going to get, like, easier as, like, Palantir is, like, introduced. I don't know. Scary world we are going into, but I guess it's always been scary, huh? Who knows? Maybe this is actually the peace times we exist in. It says in the Constitution we legally have the right to overthrow the government if it turns into a session. I mean, I know, but at the same time, like, what are you gonna do? You know, like so many people want to like create like vague threats of putting together like a militia or something like that. But I mean, like any sort of like individual group or opposing party that's not just like the typical left versus right controlled candidates. You know, and honestly, like if you're under the interpretation that some sort of revolution, whether violent or otherwise, is not already like been pre-planned for, like all of those narratives are just going to be flipped on your head. You're going to be locked up. You're going to be put against a wall and shot. And then that constitution that you're seemingly leaning on right now is just going to be repurposed to something more totalitarian, you know? And that's usually what happens after these like perceived revolutions, is that you just get a more controlling government on the other end because, I don't know, people just kind of expect that's what's going to happen, or at least, who knows, maybe they even curate it to some extent. And yeah, you don't want to, I mean, life isn't that bad. I mean, Starbucks is good. Pizza Hut's good. Fucking going and watching Netflix on your couch, like, sure, it's, you know, a waste of a life a little bit to an extent, but what's worse, that or going out and immediately just having your, like, face beaten in by batons? Like, fuck all that shit, dude. You're fine. Life is fine. I know it can be frustrating, but it's not sustainable. I don't even know. I don't care. I really don't care about the sustainability. I'm gonna be dead. Everybody wants to go to like Mars and shit. Just live your life, bro. I mean, but I mean, if the implication is that the current sustainable consumeristic lifestyle is not possible in the long term, like what is long-term living? Like, go live on a commune or something, you know? Go live on a farm and do your thing with people and live out the example of life you want. You can't force it on others. You do want to go to Mars, though? Yeah, but what if they just landed you there, and even if it was like slightly terraformed, it's going to be cold and uncomfortable, and you're going to have to live inside of a stupid tin can eating some sort of strange refried bean curds. The Let's Read Farmstead. Dude, we would start a Let's Read Farmstead and you guys would be killing me in like a matter of 3 days. Someone would get pissed and say I'm an asshole, and then the next thing I know, someone who like fashioned together like a spike, like a log with a bunch of like nails on it, would just hit me over the head and things would go to hell so quickly. What are your thoughts on the guy who's trying to live forever? I hope he does it. I hope he does it and figures out that he's sad inside. Yes to communes. There you go. I mean, but are you go live on one, you know? Go live on one and realize how incredibly disgusting all those people are most of the time. It's not pleasant, dude. You're just gonna be surrounded by a bunch of people who want to like fuck or like steal your shit, and they probably smell and never shave their armpits. It's probably so yucky on those fucking things wherever they exist. And then who knows, maybe they don't even let you leave. How cool is that? You don't even have the police to call to come help you. Now you're stuck on some weird pervert's property out in the middle of Montana. He ate potatoes grown from poo. Exactly. That's the future we can look forward to. Can you upgrade from in your walls to under your desk? Yeah, you can sleep in the same little bed as Pradeep. Joel, you don't shave your armpits. Yeah, I do. I wax them. I want to stay clean. I'm completely sheared. I'm completely shorn like a sheep. I'm smooth as butter. I'm like an Olympic swimmer out there. How's that gay? Saying dude, it's 2025 and you're calling me gay for shearing myself and getting myself smooth as any lubrication you've ever imagined in your life. Wait till I'm on the slip and slide and you get caught on friction. And I keep going. I keep going for miles. I can't be stopped. I did see the gay parking only prank. That was amazing. Because the guy who did you see him? He whipped out a shot of alcohol, a cigarette, and was scratching a lottery ticket, 3 separate vices he was hitting while answering that questionnaire. It was honestly amazing. You don't really grow armpit hair? Lucky dog. Except at this point, we discovered they were out in the middle of the damn lake, canoeing, so we had to wait for them to eventually come to shore before Mrs. Jones could find out what had gone on. Eventually they hailed her in, and someone explained to her while we were watching from a distance, worried sick about Fisher, and if he was going to go to prison, and if we were somehow going to get in trouble for entertaining his delusions. And I think part of us genuinely wondered if there really was some sinister group persecuting Fisher. Like I said, when an adult you trust tells you these things, as a kid, you believe it. But there were no gangs stalking agents, no helicopters, nobody coming to snatch us, so we started swaying more and more towards Fisher has gone mental, which, I add, made us pretty sad because we actually liked the guy. Now, eventually a couple of other teachers and some of the parents arrived at the site, and we were all eventually transported home in the coach that had brought us. The coach. Zach Coach. What's up, Patty? Can't even live around my family anymore. It gets toxic. Even roomies are a struggle. Oh yeah, you gotta get your own joint. Do I remember 100 to 150 views in your live stream? Honestly, my streaming views have just gone down over time. There was never because as soon as I started streaming, I think I got upwards of 1,200 because the channel was pretty big and streaming was pretty new. But then slowly it went down to 700, and then I took a while break just to do content and whatever, and then then it barely cracked. What are we at right now? It's fine. I mean, it's not for everybody. We're at barely, not even 400, so whatevs. Only the real ones here. True. What's up, Deanne? Men are cool. Men are pretty cool, aren't we? That's exactly the story I heard. A commune had its own law and devolved into chaos after non-original members joined and stole. Couldn't call the cops, couldn't leave. Oregon college student story. Yeah, it's stupid. The fact that most people can't seem to think more than 15 steps into the future. Well, not 15 steps, but more than 3. I'm just can we not think with our fucking... Can we think a little logically here, please? How much math did you need for nursing school? There was mainly like some prerequisite shit, which I remember I like got to take before I even started nursing school and was able to skip a class. But I think my freshman year I had to take a math, and then I took a statistics class. It was pretty minimal math. And then within the actual like process of being a nurse, you do like some sort of chemistry mathematic crap, or you do chemistry itself, but in actual nursing overall, you don't do any fucking math. Like everything's just like, it's almost just to like legally protect themselves. They don't want any like fucking nurses making decisions with math. They're like, just in case the machines break down and you have to do some calculations on your own with a piece of paper and pencil. And it's like, that's never gonna fucking happen. They're gonna send you fucking home before they ever expect you to like measure out like grains of opiate or some shit. I'm doing marketing for my dad's small real estate business because I can't do the 9 to 5 anymore. That's cool. Can I count change? Joel just checking. I could try. It was actually hilarious. I went to like a fair, and more recently, I felt so bad. So we won some goldfish, right? And the girl who gave us the goldfish, I also asked if we could have one of the larger like tanks to like house the fish in, because I didn't want to like go somewhere else and get more tanks for it or whatever. And we had 3 fish, so I like placed them inside there, stacked on top of each other. Mecca, welcome to the Buttersock Call. Good to see you. But I asked the girl. She must have been like a younger teenage girl. I was like, how much for that? And she was like, it's 12. And then I handed her a 20, right? And I was doing some quick mental math, guys. How much change do you think you would give me if I gave you 20 and something cost 12? I'll give you some time to run the calc. You don't even need a calc, which is short for calculator. Good job, Astrid. You were the first to respond. Now, in my mind, obviously, yes, I'd expect $8 back. But I swear to God, this girl, who at this point should be like well into who knows what type of math, you know, it could be some advanced level shit based on her being like middle to like late teenager. But I swear to God, she sits there and like is like just like staring into space, like quackulating in her head, like carry the far, like counting on her fucking fingers. And then I was just like, oh God, this is embarrassing for her. And I was just like, it's 8. It's okay. It's 8. You can just give me 8 back. That's fine. And like she was like, oh, okay. And then she counts it out, and she does it real slow. And I already can see she's handing me the wrong change back, and she hands me 9 back. And I was like, oops, he gave me an extra $1 there. No worries. And it was just like so funny, because then like another younger boy that was like working with her was just like, he was just like, really like looking at us. I don't know. She might have been stoned. I don't think she was. She seemed like just a young, I don't know. Maybe that's her whole life, is living on a carnival and traveling around or something. But kind of made me sad, because I actually psychically wondered that. I was like, I wonder when I hand her this 20, if like this younger generation of alpha or whatever she is like going to be able to do like basic mental math. And it made me kind of sad, because I'm like not good at mental math, but I don't know. She had to pull out the abacus. Do I think math was invented or discovered? I mean, I guess like you give me 3 apples, I give you 1 cow. Probably discovered, I guess. Oh, her name was Amanda Bynes. It was her. She was there. That's her new job. Eventually, a couple of other teachers and some of the parents... I think I screamed that. Whoops. Eventually, a couple of other teachers and some of the parents arrived at the site, and we all eventually transported home in the coach that had brought us. There was a distinct lack of Mr. Fisher, and everyone was excitedly whispering to Mrs. Jones's group about what had happened. The other group were understandably miffed that they'd missed all the excitement, so kids were gossiping about it and telling all sorts of stupid stories. Fisher had killed the guy. Fisher punched a guy's head clean off. Fisher tried to murder a granny. Fisher was wanted by the FBI, and all sorts of stuff like that. Me and the boys started getting a bit cross with people telling them that no, Mr. Fisher must have had a heat stroke or some kind of head illness, and it wasn't right to go talking crap about him. And to this day, I'm proud of me and the lads for sticking up for him. I never saw that guy again. He never came back to the school, obviously, and from what I understand, he mentally declined pretty severely after that and ended up in a home. I only got to hear about it through gossip at the school and was never really able to verify things, so I'm not sure how true any of this is, but the story went that he had some kind of early onset Alzheimer's and had picked up the gang stalking delusion as a sort of fixation for whatever reason, and it had come to dominate his life. The talk at the school was that he'd mentioned gang stalking to other older students in the past, so it wasn't a totally new thing, just something we hadn't heard about. Like I said, though, no idea if this was true or just kids embellishing. Either way, Fisher had a serious mental break in the eyes of at least was what tell any woman what % discount she can get off at a sale. You see she knows the price in her head. She's a freaking genius, man. Freaking genius. I'm looking for a genius girl. A real nerd type. You know what I'm saying? One of them ones that don't even need no calculator. Don't even need no finger. She just be thinking in the head, man. I literally use volcanic ash. That's what it's made out of. What are you doing with volcanic ash? What happened to Einstein's bloodline? Bro, good fucking question. Actually, bro, I never even thought about that. What happened to Einstein's... What happened to Epstein's bloodline? You ever like sand in your mouth in the park as a kid and crunch on it? No. Alright, with Mileva Merrick, his first wife, Lisserel Einstein, 1902 to question mark, born before Albert and Mileva married. Her fate is unclear. Some sources suggest she died young from scarlet fever. Others suggest she may have given up for adoption. No confirmed descendants. Oh, crazy. Wow. Hans Albert Einstein, Albert's second child, a professor of hydraulic engineering at UC Berkeley, married twice, had 4 children. Bernard Caesar Einstein, 1930 to 2008, became an engineer and is Albert's only biological grandchild to have children of his own. He had 5 of them, which means Einstein's bloodline typically continues through them. Klaus Martin Einstein, 1932 to 1939, died young of diphtheria. David Einstein, born 1939, reportedly struggled with schizophrenia and lived in an institution for much of his life. An adopted daughter, Evelyn Einstein, 1941 to 2011, she was adopted, so not part of the biological line. Edward Teat Einstein, Tete, 1910 to 1965, the youngest son, very intelligent, studied medicine, diagnosed with schizophrenia in his early 20s, institutionalized for much of his life, never married or had children. With Elsa Einstein, his second wife, also his cousin, Albert never had children with Elsa. She had 2 daughters from prior marriage, but they were not biological children. Huh. That's crazy. I didn't know Einstein had schizophrenia running in his genes. That's crazy, actually. Wonder if he was like schizo. Did Albert have any schizo in him? Rumored to be on the spectrum. He was a rainbow. Born in Zurich, very bright and sensitive. He loved music, poetry, and studied medicine at the University of Zurich. In the early 20s, he began showing symptoms of schizophrenia, paranoia, hallucinations, mood disturbances. He was diagnosed and institutionalized by the mid-1930s. After Albert emigrated in the U.S. 1930, Edwards stayed in Switzerland with his mother, Mileva Merrick, who cared for him until her death in 1948. Edwards spent most of her later life in psychiatric hospitals in Zurich. What the fuck, bro? Albert himself did not have schizophrenia, but his son... Oh, wait. Oh, okay, my bad. So Albert was fine. So Albert had no issues? Question mark. Most smart people are like way too knowledgeable, and that's got to drive one crazy. I guess so, yeah. Or maybe just dealing with a crazy dad. Possible mild neurodivergence, mood and stress. He went through depressive spells during divorces, family struggles, political exile from Germany. Okay, makes sense. Difficult relationships, family burdens. He carried guilt and sadness about Edward's schizophrenia and Maleva's struggles raising him alone. Einstein even wrote one. Yeah, how did he end up over here? How did he end up in America without family? Lil Isaac Newton. Lil Isaac Fig Newton. The tongue thing. Oh my god, good question. I wonder if that was like edited after. Rise of Nazism in Germany. Einstein was already world famous, but also Jewish and outspoken against fascism by 1933. Hitler came to power in Einstein, then living in Berlin, became a target. His house was raided, his property seized, and Nazi propaganda labeled him as an enemy of the state. He fled Germany in March 1933 while on a lecture tour abroad, knowing that he couldn't return safely. His second wife, Elsa Einstein, accompanied him. Princeton, New Jersey. Later that year, Einstein accepted a position in the newly created Institute for Advanced Study of Princeton University, where he remained for the rest of his life. Damn. Alright, last question. Why he do the tongue thing? The famous moment, the photo was taken on Einstein's 72nd birthday at Princeton after his birthday celebration at the Institute of Advanced Study. He was leaving the party and being swarmed by photographers. Tired of smiling for the cameras, he playfully stuck out his tongue. As persistent press, the photographer Arthur Saucy from United Press International snapped the shot at just the right moment. Unlike the usual genius of the blackboard image, this showed Einstein's humorous, rebellious personality and the fact that he had schizophrenia. Prince Albert Einstein. Alright, let's finish this fucking story. Holy crap. Does anyone know anything about Epstein? Like, not just the basic shit, but like the deep dive rabbit hole shit. What do you know, Christy? Tell us. Everybody tell me any like random fact of like who he knew. Because earlier today I heard that there was something that he said at one point. I don't know who I heard it from, but he would have like upwards of like always at least 20 women pregnant at one time or something weird like that. So I was just thinking, like, did Epstein have like an entire like slave operation going on where he just like, obviously the sex trafficking stuff, but I was just imagining like people, just hundreds of people pregnant with Epstein's kids, a literal harem. He placed urchins around his island so people couldn't escape the island on foot. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I guess he's like Elon, modern Genghis Khan. Eude Barrick went to his New York penthouse. Yeah, well, who's Eude Barrick again? What's his deal? Didn't Eude like buy his property, or did he buy it from him? About the missing kids in the U.S. is insane. This is scary. Super creepy, trying to get influence with real leadership important people. Totally. Yeah. I don't know. You need to know more specifics than that, because I mean, the generalization is just, it's not specific enough. Like, where did he get his money? Who was he? You know, like, how did he know all these influential people? Like, well, you know, it's just, there's so much more to it than just the superficial layers. There's no way this guy worked alone. Actually murdered by little stone people and stuffed in a tree, as one should. Who killed him? Do I remember? I don't know. I remember, the weirdest thing is like, if he was like strangulated or whatever, why was he screaming? Do you remember whenever like people said they heard like screams? I really wouldn't be surprised if he's just like been traded out, right? Like fake his death, bring in like another body, right? And then just Epstein can go be somewhere else or whatever forever. Secretly in like some giant 800 acre ranch somewhere. Teaching people how to manage SARS. Yeah, you can scream when getting choked to death. Oh, okay. You think it would have like been covering his windpipe or some shit? I don't even know. No, he's dead. The photo of his dead body isn't him. I do remember people saying that, like the facial structure was really weird. Because it was, who knows? Maybe he had a cloning factory. Do you think he could have had like clones of himself and just had like a body double of sorts that they could just bring in at any time? There was a rat study when the whole baby's blood in the fountain of youth in Hollywood thing went around where they fear from the baby rats produced a hormone of chemical. I can't remember. Oh yeah, the adrenochrome thing. I really think that's just, whatever that is just like you would just basically drinking adrenaline. So if you feel anything, it's probably just like people secreting adrenaline or something. You think Hitler escaped to Argentina? Probably. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's like fucking probably. Like, who knows? Maybe all these people just like serve some grander purpose to like some master devilish plan from people external, you know, so far outside of your understanding of reality. It's like, it'll blow your mind. Maybe like in every war you ever see, both sides are controlled and it's all just, I don't know. Just like war is just a manner in which to like restructure things in an easier fashion, you know. I gotta hit the hey, thanks for the membership, gotta listen. Hey, no worries, good to see you, Naomi, take care, thanks for hanging out. He actually did have a company that cloned people. Okay, perfect. Well, there we go. We already know where they got a body double for him. Either way, Fisher had a serious mental break in my eyes. At least was impossible to... What is it saying? At least was... Had a serious mental break that in my... Okay. Either way, though, Fisher had a serious mental break that in my eyes at least was impossible to predict. It was sad as hell, and I thank God every day that things weren't much worse than that day for all of us, but I guess either way, normal life was over for Fisher. That's the part of the story that terrifies me so much, honestly. Not hearing our teachers say those violent things or seeing him attack people. It's the idea that one day, your own brain can turn on you like that. It can start telling you that people are out to get you, make you feel persecuted and targeted, and then put patterns together to reinforce that. I looked into Fisher's eyes that day as he was telling us about the gang stalkers who were pursuing him, and I would swear hand on heart that he believed everything he was telling us. And clearly it wasn't real. There wasn't a sinister group out there stalking our teacher with the intent of stealing us kids away from him on a school trip. So the fact his brain could turn on him so badly in order for him to believe all this, that's the part that sometimes keeps me awake at night. Kitty, what are you doing? What are you doing, pooper head? Cats are so funny when they just like walk by you and rub their fur against your leg, and then you look at them and try to get their attention. They just kind of like look at you sort of like from behind them like, what do you want? You were just rubbing on me. Was I? I didn't feel you at all. Plot twist, Teach was actually a secret agent, kept the kiddos safe for years. That's true. He was a triple asset, CIA, Mossad, MI6 to steer technology, hook up those future systems of digital currency and tech to force compliance. There's a lot there. Yeah. I do remember hearing like Maxwell, or Ghislaine Maxwell's father was a triple agent, which is pretty crazy. And then he had like a funeral, like a big funeral in Israel or something. Pay attention to brain health also, everyone. If your brain is unhealthy, it causes all kinds of issues. True. Freaking true, dude. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Google Documents. Let's open up one. Can't believe we've been streaming for 5 motherfucking hours. You guys gotta think of something funny for me to say. It's 3:33 a.m. Make a wish. No! What a pimp. Yeah, I think the most interesting shit I've heard on, what's his name? Epstein, Jeffrey, is, what's her name? Whitney Webb. Have you guys heard of Whitney Webb? You can find her videos on YouTube. I think she has a channel, but she does a lot of interviews. But she has a 2-volume book that's like, each one's like 18 hours long. And it's called One Nation Under Blackmail. And it's honestly, it's fucking fascinating. Because I mean, like, you know, Epstein wasn't just like fucking human trafficking and shit only. It's like he was operating as a proxy to like conduct very large business dealings, collate under his circle of control, like people that were involved in like eugenics, cloning, cryptocurrency, AI technology. I mean, like Peter Thiel, the guy who's literally like the front man, you know, for Palantir, the thing that everybody's afraid of, that's going to be watching everything they do forever, that they used on like terrorists out in the Middle East and stuff, quote unquote terrorists. Like that was a huge influx of money from Epstein himself, like initially on investments. So that's kind of fucking psycho. And then the fact that like Peter Thiel sort of like bankrolled and, you know, is the figurehead behind J.D. Vance, the strange and abstract ties between like Trump and like Epstein for like 15 solid years. Some people say that fucking, what's her name? This is alleged, but I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Trump's wife, the current one, Melania, was not introduced to him through that same sort of network or whatever, you know what I mean? So many powerful connections, how you get that far in illegal biz. Yeah, man, I mean, what's up, Iris? I just got here to say hi, good night. People have to work soon. Oh, no worries, Iris, good to see you. Twump. Donald Twump. Peter Thiel is involved in covering up a passing of a gay lover. Yeah, I remember that. I remember there was like a dude at like Obama's. Remember Obama had like a place and like some cook. The cook like drowned in the lake there. Do you remember that? That was like kind of recently. Like a cook just like randomly ends up like face down in the fucking like man-made lake. I don't know. There's so much like weird shit. And that's why I'm just like at this point where I'm like, if you get like into arguments with like another person related to the sort of like left-right divide, I think you should just like take a second and realize that maybe this left-right divide is a lot more controlled than you realize it is. Like there could be entities way outside of your understanding, like just globalistically, politically, financially, intelligence-wise, that are just like running shit in such a devastating manner. I don't even know. Martha's Vineyard, that's right. I mean, it has to be manipulated. I mean, I would like if the CIA and Mossad came into existence in like right after the creation of like Israel and like, you know, post World War II, 1948 era, like I would actually be disappointed for how many like various things the CIA has done in all those like MK Ultra experiments and all those other various like side projects where they just put like, you know, $2 million into figuring out whether they can dissolve bodies with rice. You know what I'm saying? Like if they do that since like the 1950s, how many years has it been? It's been 75 years. If I was an intelligence community that has had unabated control over the entire world, toppled entire governments through banana companies, you know what I mean? Like, I would be kind of disappointed if I didn't control both sides of the narrative at this point, right? Wouldn't you be a little bit disappointed in their abilities if they haven't got it all figured out by almost 100 years, for Christ's sake? But it's also very scary and not worth thinking about. Anyways, can you guys think of something for me funny to say at the end of this video? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul, all links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, give 'em the old twist. Remember, always wash away your wiener cheese. Hey, kitty. Oh, wait, it's just my dong. Sweet. Well, you guys rock. Stay safe out there. Go check out my new true crime video on Saturn Soul. Go subscribe. I will get this up edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over on Patreon to get early access. That new bonus content will be out this Saturday, so keep an eye out for that if you're a member, either on the $5 tier on Patreon or a member over here. Otherwise, guys, follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to follow my story to see when I go live, which I didn't post tonight. That was not smart of me. My bad. Anyways, I'll be back streaming. I guess today is what, Wednesday? I'll be back streaming this weekend, Sunday-ish. But love you guys, appreciate you. Don't let the world get you down too much, but do understand that if you do want to change things in the world, you just gotta do it yourself, you know what I mean? All right. Goodbye.